Alright, how's everyone doing? I don't expect too much activity off the bat considering I wasn't supposed to be live today. I'd planned around it, adjusted my whole schedule for jury duty, and then I get that automated text yesterday evening. It's like, oh, hey, yeah, you don't have to come in. It's canceled. You're good. Like, oh, okay. Thank you. So, that's why I'm here. Business as usual. So I hope y'all are doing great. Yeah, I'm having some difficulty getting moving this morning, so we'll sort it out. We'll sort it out. We'll be okay. Everything will be fine. It'll be fine. Oh no, cat destroyed like my bedding over here. Hang on. Nah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So. Maybe Hotfix Day today. At the very least, we're getting a Chums rollover, right? Chums Phase 2, hopefully boss is less of a meme. And we're getting a new feature drawn. So, that's all good stuff. That's all good stuff. Cat, what are you doing? You're so distracting today. They didn't wake me up by trying to eat me today, chat. Today, instead, I said today a lot. Instead, they just screamed a lot. Pico, how you doing? New Mex event, Draws Hell, Worlds, Bountardos, Toxic, Press, Fleece, Matt, Chester. What's going on Twitter, New Mex event? Am I fighting someone for you? I'll do it. But just let me know who I'm fighting first. So, I figure we'll start off with the good old Bereaver setup. I don't think I did bank management, but I did set up a save that I just have to clear out to use as a mule. Yeah, I did not do bank management. We got a couple inventory slots. We're fine. Everything's fine. Hey, Black Panther, how you doing? The gotcha, hope you're well. Wild Quag, yeah. Yes. So we can expect this feature to run... The timer isn't really accurate here, but that should roll over in 2.5 hours. Snipers need a buff, apparently they're the worst gun type. Yeah, the people who say that, like, ask them how many snipers they've actually attempted to use. Or maybe don't, save your brain cells by exiting that conversation. Snipers, unironically, are the strongest in this game out of any in the LANs games. Like, it's not even close. My game, however, is struggling right now. Whoa, what is this stutter? I had some difficulty connecting to shift servers earlier. Could be that, again. Ugh. Let's hope it irons out. My lord, yeah, that's exceptional. Like, my PC is bad, but it's not that bad. I've not played yet this morning, so I'm experiencing this for the first time. But what matters is that the enemies are dead. Can't forget this. It won't be a whole stream of that. Forgot the screams of pain. It's okay. I did too. I did too. Nasty spill or elemental overflow. You know, since our game is struggling to maintain any amount of FPS, let's add in nasty spill to just make it worse. Yeah, there we go. Maybe they'll hotfix it a new takedown, Copium. really annoying. Like, run smoothly, please, game. But yeah, while we watch some of snipers being totally the worst weapon type and completely unusable, while my cat screams at that wall, what are your hopes for today's hopefully hotfix, chat? What if you could ask for 2 things that are hotfixable, what would they be? I'm curious. How doing on this fine day? Tired. Having difficulty getting going. Annoyed about my game stuttering. Other than that, I'm doing great, Worlds. Happiness? that sounds like penis. Hey Nepsy, how you doing? Bank lag fix. So with UI related stuff, I assume that's gonna be patch territory, but yeah, that would be nice, Cub. That would be nice. Sniper buff and spell shot buff, understandable. Have a nice day. Fucking loot enemies. I'd rather have a loot enemy than a loot enemy. Or maybe if we get a loot enemy, they play a lute, like the instrument. Anything's better than the fucking melee-only enemies. Some quest markers for the DLC. Ooh, yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. Although, again, I don't know if anything UI related, that being in Hotfix territory seems unlikely. Spellshot and Torg. Yeah, that seems in order. Unfortunately, no matter how necessary toning down of something is, if it happens, people will riot. So I really hope people's feedback on weapon balancing didn't sour them on reining in necessary things. Like a twice buffed spell shot. Hey Don, how you doing? Fixing the character, talking about map every 5 seconds. Yeah, Dagasha, the dialogue triggers are very, aggressive. Spent days getting good body rocker, let me have fun with it for at least a week. The crazy thing is, Ivan, is like, there's a huge workable area between it being better than entire skill trees, and it just being good. Remember that post-nerf Torg stickies and... Yeah, cat. I'm telling them, Jake. I'm telling them. Okay. I'm telling them. You can trust me. Yeah, Jake wants you to know that, yes, post-nerf Torg stickies in Borderlands 3 were still some of the highest DPS you could do in the gun slot. Yes. I know. I'm telling them, okay?
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yeah, Torg stickies started out as the values that they're at now in that game, and then they nerfed them. Now, the pistols stickies got kinda gutted, but the shotgun stickies, those were simply toned down, and they ended up fine. So, like, there's a huge area they could tone things to. Like, it's not as black and white as the never nerf anything ever people would have you believe. Like, they can tone something down to a point where it's no longer problematic without completely destroying it. Balance is key? Yeah, Chimpy. One more pixie run before they turn them to dying moths. Maybe I've been doing it wrong, but Spell Shot feels fine at C35. You can clear faster on a Spell Shot with no guns equipped than other classes with perfect primordial gear. That's all I'm saying. That's maybe a bit too large of a gap. No jury duty today? Yeah, they texted me at about 5:30, 6 o'clock last night, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's canceled." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I considered taking today off anyway. But then I was like, it's Hotfix day, and I missed chat already, so... I'm a creature of habit. Build doc for Wonderlands? That's something that's going to take a long time, Tub Nation. The builds documents for Borderlands 3 were the results of years of work. And the vast majority of the time where they were known in the community was after updates for the game had slowed significantly. So I wouldn't expect that stuff yet. Because, one, the people who maintain those things, such as myself and Lazy, are still putting in very long hours on the game. But two, the game is still in a state where it's constantly changing. Got a Primordial Carouser yesterday. What did I use it on? I really like running amp hilt melee weapons and amp wards with a Carouser. Then you just get like individual shots that are super, super strong. Having a lot of reload speed helps as well. So all of that does kind of lend itself towards Spell Shot, but if you're not feeling that, you can do any class combo, really. Carouser's fire, so Clawbringer likes it, because it keeps the crit damage part of Awe permanently on. Berserker has reload speed, and the bonus Cryo from Enrage, so if you want to minimize the elemental lock, that can help. Would it be wrong to leave Spell Shot alone and buff all the other classes? Yes. Yes, it would be. Because that leads to a situation where everything is too powerful, and that removes all challenge from the game. And we saw what happened in Borderlands 3 after months edging on years of only buffing and almost never nerfing anything. The game was completely trivial. It was just flat out easy. And parts of the game being easy is fine, because not everyone's looking for a challenge. But when the entirety of the game is an absolute meme, like at the highest difficulty, at the lowest difficulty, just all of it, that means you've not done enough of the reining things in. Hey Herrera, how you doing? Said must be playing Spell Shot wrong then, don't feel overpowered to C35 intense. So I'll do a numbers breakdown in a moment here. A big point of comparison with Spell Shot is going to be pay attention to class feats and number totals and skill trees. Okay, those are the two big things. I'll just talk about it while we fight Nightmare a bit. So, Spell Weaving, the Spell Shot class feat, gives more spell damage in one place than you can get of any other boost in the game in terms of an individual stat boost. It is the largest number. Big number does frequently mean big damage. Not always, but frequently. And this is part of that frequently section. Now, compare that to other class feats, where Stabomancer gets a crit bonus that is not unique and ultimately pretty minor. 3 of the classes just get pets as their class feat. Berserker gets a bonus element that, even at a very small number, is very impactful. Yeah, like... And then you have the elephants in the room of Spellblade and Warped Paradigm. Spellblade and Warped Paradigm allow you to distribute your spell damage to other forms of damage. And when the big number stat happens to be spell damage, Spell Shot is better at doing the class gimmicks of every other class, with the exception of companion things. But since the most popular use of companion things is pixies, and those get other formula, which Spell Shot is better at boosting, it just goes back to, hey, play Spell Shot. Spell Shot is not the specialist of spells. It is not the specialist of guns. It is the specialist at everything. It is better at everything than other classes are. Awkward. I wasted my Reaper anyway, so I don't mind that much. Bye, Gloop. Hey, Sora. And now on glasses. Let's go, Rabbit. You could probably pull off glasses. Yeah, I can see it. Berserker feels like the only class with a close to comparable class feat and not counting Warp Paradigm. Yeah, Kumar, I think if you put each class feat in a vacuum, Spell Weaving just claps all of them, but Enrage is really good and very unique. There's not a lot of global bonus elements in this game. It's like Enrage, Body Ruin, Reaper of Bones, off the top of my head, are the only ones I can think of. Speaking of Body Ruin. And then Barry. Matter Spell Shot, put high threat count to tier 5, easy fix, and buff the other classes. Here's the thing though, buff the other classes? The game isn't too easy, and as soon as you start buffing everyone to the problematic level of Spell Shot where it trivializes everything, then guess what? Everybody's trivializing everything. You don't fix one issue by touching 5 other things. You touch the one thing, not the 5. It's less adjustments, less can go wrong. Now, I want Stormclaws. I do want more Stormclaws. Converting companion damage to lightning is really nice with the soaked debuff. And lightning plays the most favorably with Clawbringer. Because of awe. But do I want these skills on it? It's 1 Faithful Thralls, 2 Dark Hydras. I would rather have 3 Thralls, I think. It's got companion damage roll on it, though. I'll take it. Think spell is that good if we ignore pixies for a moment? Mintberry. Spell shot without pixies, without guns equipped at all, clears faster than the other classes. You take a spell shot, you unequip all 4 of your gun slots. You still clear faster than anything the other characters are capable of. If that doesn't scream problematic, or at least too large a gap, like I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can look at Spellshot's tree, and there's no bad skills. The worst you can say about a skill is situational. And then among the good things in that tree, you have Double Knot, which is the most powerful bonus element they've ever made across any of their games. You have Spell Weaving, which is the strongest class feat. You have High Thread Count, which is a 1-point skill that buffs the strongest class feat. You have the second most fire rate. You have the most ward interactivity. You have the easiest access to while empty effects on wards, which also comes with 30% spell damage on that skill. You have the most reload speed. You have the most spell crit chance. You have the most of everything. I think base crit rates from spells are a big problem. Changing base crit rates on spells does not tone down spell shot. It tones down everybody. Everybody is not the problem. Spell shot is. You do not address one overperforming thing by changing 6. That's just not how you do it. That creates problems. Here, I'll hop on a spell shot real quick, and I'll show you exactly what I mean with the tree. Think nerfing the buff and Ice Spike make other spells more viable, not including sigil spells? No. No, I don't think that would, because I don't think... So people who use the Buffmeister, they don't use it because it's the only viable thing. They use it because they don't want to use any spells. Simple as that. Because the Buffmeister doesn't do anything on its own. It makes everything else you do better. It's giving up your spell slot to turn on Cheat Engine. So like... That's not going to change anything. Now, toning down Ice Spikes, I don't think Ice Spikes are overperforming. Because once again, you take Ice Spikes, you put them on, say, a Spore Warden Graveborn, and you're like, oh, these are pretty good. Not overpowered, not game-breaking, not irreplaceable, just pretty good. You change one of those classes to Spell Shot, then it's a problem. So again, why touch everything around the problem instead of the problem? Yo, Eternal Dragon, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How's your stream? What'd you get up to? Always a pleasure to have you in here. Get raided? I did get raided. That is a thing that happened. Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff and do a lot of theory and math-based discussion of these lands games. And we were just talking about why Spell Shot is just insanity. So I don't even know what I was doing on the save. Oh, I was messing around with Double Knot stuff with various spells. But yeah, so spell weaving. Let's just talk raw numbers here. 10% spell damage per stack, max stacks of 5. That is 50% spell damage for the low cost of either casting spells or reloading. Each stack has a duration of 10 seconds. Yo, Tried Time, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it. So, spell weaving at base, before looking at class power, before spending a single skill point in the tree, before looking at armor, it's 50% spell damage. Almost no boosts in any of the skill trees have a number that large. You have the companion damage and Spore Warden can get that big, You have the gun damage from aiming down sight on Spore Warden gets that big. The spell damage from Ascension gets that big after killing 10 enemies or triggering Capstone 10 times.
Good morning.
This is a tier 4 skill, by the way. Wrath of Nature, as a tier 5 skill, is a debuff, yes. But very few things...
Space!
Remove W? I mean, it's not going to do anything right now, Krook, but sure. Thank you for testing. So, like, big number off the bat. And then you have the other benefits you get. Tinker Red Alert clip? Yes. You have the other benefits of Spellweaving. Just warming up with Spellweaving is insane fire rate. You get 0.8% per point per stack. Now that might sound like a lot. Like 0.8%, low number. Well, you can have 5 stacks at base.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go.
So that's 4% fire rate already. Yo, not a speed. Thank you for taking care of Eternal Dragon. I appreciate it. But then you can put 5 points in that. Then you have other things like 1 slot 1 kill for traditional gun damage. 4% per stack. So base Spellweaving, 1 skill point for 20% gun damage. 1. You know how much gun damage Stabomancer gets for 1 skill point? 4%. Moving on from that, you have high thread count, which increases your Spellweaving stacks. So it's not 5 stacks anymore, it's 8. You can get another point in high thread count from your armor. So you can get 11 stacks of Spellweaving. So, 110% spell damage before class power. But guess what? Class power... Yeah, Cat, I'm telling them. I got it. Trust me, I got this. Class power increases the benefit of each Spellweaving stack in terms of the spell damage. Now, it doesn't change each stack to this number. This is a multiplier to the base stack. So, 33.9% more of the 10%. Basically, Spellshot gets more spell damage than you can get on other classes' entire skill trees and gear without investing anything. And spell damage is the most valuable stat in this game when you have things like the Warped Paradigm, like this. Melee and ability increased by 50% of your spell damage. When you have melee weapons like the Spellblade. And then when you have spells that themselves are capable of doing some pretty insane damage. And this is all what Spellshot gets without skill points. We have not even gone down to some of the crazy stuff here. As I mentioned before, Glass Cannon, 30% more spell damage for 1 skill point, and it permanently turns on your Bad Egg, your Cursed Wit, your Last Gasp, any of those things. 1 point for Mage Armor, which makes you a better shield tank than Clawbringer, who has 2 skills devoted to that. Sorry, 4 skills, actually, if you include damage reduction, because damage reduction is kind of intended as a shield supplementary mechanic in these games. Magic Bullets is the only bullet damage multiplier in the game ever since they consolidated them all into the gun damage category. They left 1 out, just 1 skill, and it's this one. So only Spellshot gets this multiplier, which is a fresh multiplier to their gun formula. It's just flat out, you take your gun formula, you multiply it by whatever value this tells you. And it scales off spell damage, which, as we went over with Spellweaving, yeah. You get more reload speed than the Berserker. You get more crit than Stabomancer. You get more frame drops than OBS. No, you don't. That's not possible. You get as much cooldown as a Graveborn. You get a bonus element on your gun, which only Berserker and Graveborn can do otherwise. Clawbringer gets a fire-only one, I should say. Double Knot is the strongest bonus element they've ever made. Just like this alone, one-shots things. Spell Shot is just, you could make video essays about how broken this class is. It does not have any misses. Both of its action skills are amazing. All of the skills are good. The skill you could say is like, well, that's only just okay. It'd be either Warcaster or Imbued Weapon. But Imbued Weapon is still good, and Warcaster, when built around, is insanely useful. You can just bypass gun reloads completely. If you're using something like an auto magic, where it's a bullet hose, but you reload, well, you don't have to if you just kill the fucking enemy. Like, there are not enough words to describe how strong Spell Shot is. So, I'm playing a different class. Warmed up to DLC a little bit last night. It's a pretty good place to target farm certain items. Had much better luck with getting rings and amulets when farming the boss last night. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time, Juventud. DLC ultimately for me is just a tutorial for the Chaos Chamber stuff, and I'm okay with that, but I realize not everyone is. The S is in Spell Shot stand for Salvador. Hey, new map. Trying to rock a Graveclaw Pyro build? That sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Graveclaw is a combo that just, I just enjoy it. I need to do more with that. Because you could do a lot of cool stuff with that. Reaper of Bones being a global bonus element kind of interests me with some claw stuff. Come on, game, you can handle this. You want the moaning back? No. No moaning. My cat's already doing enough of that. What character has broken the Lands game the most in your opinion? Spell Shot. It's either Spell Shot or Moze. But with as powerful as Moze was, there was still less of a disparity between characters in Borderlands 3 versus Borderlands. Spell Shot truly built different. Hey Yosa, how you doing? Moon Knight's awesome? Yeah, Chimpy. It's so good. Yeah, Urban Mech, it really is that good. Don't spoil for anyone. But I've really been enjoying. I honestly think Moon Knight is the best, like, Disney Marvel stuff they've ever made. Like, peak. Also give Oscar Isaac every acting award that exists. All of them at once. And then invent a few more. Thickest Booty Award. The man's got acting talent and a big old dumpy. We stan. Is it really that good? Genuinely. And it caught my interest right away with little things you don't see Marvel do. Like, cinematography in MCU stuff is really fucking bland. Like, it's kind of shot like a sitcom. Just, next time you watch a Marvel project, just look at the camera work. It's like, oh, okay. But Moon Knight is like, hey, we're gonna do weird shit. I'm like, cool, let's have some more of that. So that won me over off the bat. And then also just, it has a mature tone. And, really lets the actors do their thing. Like, has a very strong cast. And some of them are just chewing the scenery. It's crazy. It's so good. Black Panther has some good cinematography. Yes, Black Panther was notable for that. Based on the charisma of the cast, the cinematography, the soundtrack, and the cultural impact, everyone forgave Black Panther for being the Lion King. Including me. I still thought it was awesome. But it was literally the plot of the Lion King. But like, Marvel stuff kinda mid. Plot structure-wise. Moon Knight truly built different. Ethan Hawke is great. Ethan Hawke's fantastic. On my vacation I took last month, on my flight back, someone in the aisle in front of me to the right was watching Training Day. And I've seen that movie so many times, I know all the words and everything, so like I didn't need to listen to it. I just watched Training Day off, like, over this dude's shoulder for the entirety of the movie. Because Ethan Hawke and Denzel are just that compelling. You don't even need to hear them. Peaky Blinders is one of those wacky shots every now and then. Peaky Blinders has been on my to-watch list forever, and I need to actually fucking do that. There's so many shows. Hey Brucey, how you doing? And Loki Legend, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Almost missed that. I was nerding out too hard. Hey Rohith. I got busy reading my med reports. How you today? What a jury duty. So they texted me and, you know, automated thing, yesterday evening, and it got canceled, so I didn't have to go. So I decided to stream instead. Yo, Tenor Madness. I'll wait for text-to-speech to read that one out. I was on a flight one time and rented a movie without having to use my credit card. RIP to whoever seat I was sitting in. Oh no, that's an unfortunate accident. I mean, unfortunate for them. Season 1 is a little slow, but it gets so good moving forward. The new season's coming out soon. Ooh.
You grasp, you shoot, you destroy. Doesn't matter what your endgame activity is. You grasp, you shoot, you destroy. And this gun, this gun, this gun, this lucky 7, it's insanely strong. You won't fucking believe it. You think Amara isn't good with Lou.
Tenor Madness, thank you for the 10 months. That pasta is just, it gets better every time. Does that clip still exist? Because, yes. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Love a series called Vikings. I've heard a lot about Vikings. Like half of that has been that people found it too, brutal. But the other half has been just praising the subversion of expectations and interesting character work. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, okay. It was good though. Need to watch The Boys? My brother keeps telling me to watch The Boys. For like a year, he's been like, hey, watch The Boys. And for like 2 years, chat has been like, hey, watch The Boys. And I just haven't yet. Getting me to watch shows is so difficult. Do it? I need to. I know. I will. Oh, yesterday, chat, I got my first Skelecrab room. They freak me the fuck out, and I hope it never happens again. So, like, there's a very rare enemy type you can get. It's skeletons that will literally fucking do some anamorph shit into crabs when you kill them. And, like, there's an animation, and it's creepy. I don't know what button it presses in my brain, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Genuinely unsettling. Oh, they don't make the Skelly Spider Crab? Ugh. That would push all the buttons, wouldn't it? Video game just following nature, designing more crabs. Why is nature's default setting crabs? Hope you get a room full of Skeller Crabs now. Why would you wish that on me? That's toxic, Mercy. I thought we were friends. Everything eventually returns to crab. Ah, I see. Oops. I timed my self-damage poorly. Wait, I thought you were phasing, not doing that attack. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm unintelligent. I was prepping for a phase that wasn't happening. There we go. Nightmare angers me so. What about it, Atris? What about it does that for you? This bit angers me. The loot pile. Wrong element, but you tried, game. Killed him with just 1 ammo. I know, I'm just that good. I'm correct thinking all I need to do for all loot dice is load a character on one character, then all my others should have it? Yes. Just load up a character that has all dice, and then they all have it. Electric phase seems to be difficult for me to navigate anything that doesn't instantly down me. So those are, just learn boss animations for that, Atros. The Stampede one, you just crouch in the middle. You see, like, the stairs like this, you just make sure you're looking at some stairs. The vertical swipe is just area denial. Make sure you're not directly hit, and then just don't step into the lingering AoE. It's just to kind of keep you in a section of the room. The small projectiles attack, that one is, move speed makes it a lot easier to dodge. A lot easier. Ooh, these are good skill rolls. Ooh, this is really good. This is actually my ideal skill combo for this build. And maybe for Dire Sacrifice stuff. Maybe. Ascension is probably better for Dire Sacrifice, actually. But all damage, 3 Blood Frenzy, 2 Mortal Vessel, on a Turquoise Claw. That's really good. It even rolled companion damage. That's a fucking sick roll. That's really good. It's one of the best armors I've found. Like, that looks save edited. Skeleton archers that bug me the most in Nightmares fight. Sigils. Become a sigil addict. Something KOCon. Fuck you, Chris. I definitely got one because of you. There's one boss thing I'd consider nerfing, it'd be Waster's purple spam. But it's very easy to dodge, though. And also, sigils turn off all of his attacks. If there were to change anything about Wastard, I'd make the bird bigger. Like, make it a big old bird. Make it less transparent. So you can see it. And so you can hit it with a wider variety of attacks. That's what I'd change about that fight. Yeah, see, fuck you, Priz. This is your fault. This is also your fault. Primordial Carouser. 3,000 damage. Yes. Yes. I agree. Can I even drop? This is why I need to do inventory management. It's only chaotic, I can drop that.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I also have more copies of that. I can drop that. Kevin. Consider me caroused. 2,000 dot on that as well. That's so good. Empowering Sigil's the better Buffmeister. Based, yo, so I fucking love it. Truly the Chad move. Feels odd that we little purple blobs can outdamage a lot of other boss attacks. Hell, on Chaos 35, there's no notable difference because they all health gate you. So, like, whatever. It's not something that matters for long. .22 mag on a ×2 is great, but non-chaotic, dark magic element, me. That's another KOCon. Alright, that's 3 different ones of 3 different tiers. Pain. Where's that great bow? What element was that great bow we just picked up? Volatile. I'll take it. Actually, I have a primordial. I don't need that. But yeah, I pick up every great bow and shoot it in the hopes that they turn into something useful. I have a primordial of that element as well. Mox gave you a shout out for the sigil info. Did he? Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Mox. That's something I do love about Moxie. He always credits people. Even, like, for shit they wouldn't ask for credit for. $510 out of $510 again already. Fuck. Can a normal great bow become primordial? Yes. Yes. They're functionally considered different items, so you can have a normal one turn into a primordial, and vice versa. Thanks again for showing the power of the sawmill, great bow, sigil spells. Really enjoying using them. Hey, I'm glad, Fleece. I'm really glad. Thanks for getting attention for the empowering sigil. Hey, I'm glad people are liking it, Envoy. Really. You know what the Perceiver does? Yeah, Drell's Hell. So the Perceiver has a chance to take your crit damage and apply it as another damage bonus when you crit. So if you crit with the Perceiver's effect then rolls a chance for it to trigger, which mathematically is similar to as if you were critting again. So Perceiver's thing is that it has a really wide damage range. You can get really lucky and it'll hit super hard. Or it'll just do normal. Can you interrupt Blaster during his burp summon animation? Maybe, Sora. A lot of human-sized bosses, they do stagger if you hit them in the face hard enough with a melee weapon or a gun. Hey, Bear Dragon. How you doing? Hopefully this featured isn't an anti-melee boss this week. Back to Banshee and Drill was... yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it's a little more tenable. There it is. Lost my primordial for a bit. How long's time left on the featured? Usually it rolls over when the new hotfix comes in. So the timer isn't really accurate. I'd expect it to change in about an hour and 42 minutes. Magma Breach and Elemental Overflow. I guess I take Magma Breach. Honestly, I could do Overflow on this setup, though. Because I have, fucking non-LE Sawmill. I haven't done Bark on this setup, so we science in today. That damages you. Take that. Don't have many Hydra guns. So Lucky 7 equivalent so far in Wonderlands besides Pixies. There isn't really one? Do you mean just in terms of trivializing things, Silent? Do you just mean, like, power? Gun go pew pew, mobs go die die. Other than pixies? Ludite? Yeah, Ludite. Time to break polymorph? Let's go. Polymorph's so fun. Love to see people experimenting with that. Sawmill to a lesser extent. The thing with Sawmill is I consider it more comparable to, say, the BL3 Sandhawk, because it's extremely powerful, but, like, you don't have ammo. At all. Only reason I'm using it as a primary weapon in this build is because the entire premise of my build is hurting myself enough to keep my ammo regen on. Without that, this would not be sustainable. Like, for reference, Last Gasp's regen is triple the strength of full investment Spore Warden ammo regen. Now, the Spore Warden skill that gives that, Quiver Holding, also gives mag size, which does improve your regen overall, but it's still, like, less effective than just this one ward. That's why this isn't a Spore setup. You could do this on a Spore Warden, which originally was my build concept, but then I decided, hey, Bereaver is just better. Ammo's gone so quick, health bar disappears, it's fair trade. I think so too. I think so too. Goes to break my game? Oh no. Why did that apply mayhem water to me? Chaos water, spicy water, whatever. Not... Whatever. 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 Asking too many questions. Pigwort. Fuck you, Pigwort. How the homies doing? Better now that you're here, Mr. iBlock. How you doing today? Raid boss Pigwort, true. Been enjoying the White Rider a lot, but personally love the Livewire more, especially in large mobs. Yeah, I like both of those guns quite a bit. It's cool that they are similar enough that you could call them cousins, but they are still very different in their use cases and their feel. I like the item design on things like that. It's cool. This cat. What is your deal today? Last couple days, they've been rowdy. Use both often, especially considering element matching. Yeah. Less presence of bonus elements in this game versus BL3. So, element matching, also intense difficulty being in the mix. Element matching tends to influence weapon choice just a little bit more. Not by much, but a little bit more. Currently using a lightning singularity sigil with claw and throwing hammer in the middle and watching them all die. I highly recommend trying it. That sounds cool. Round them all up and bop them. I was doing some empowering sigil stuff with hammer throw to get the freeze multiplier. That was cool. How good are the singularity sigils at freezing things? Do they? Or is that just, like, empowering only? Because I've not used rebuking sigils much. Not gonna lie, I thought my cats were whiny babies. they are needy boys. He's just camped out by the door. Alright, ready to go home and grind chambers. Chaos chamber mailing address. We need the fucking cursed crabs. Go away. I hate seeing just the flood of immune. It just makes you feel so bad when you're fighting one of these. Every time I see a cursed crab say immune, I ask why. Hey Avari, how you doing? Not tried a nice one yet, I'll let you know when I find one. Cool. High regenerating ammo. Last gasp. This ward right here. 10% ammo regen while broken. So I'm just keeping it broken. We even know what curse are immune to? No, I don't know the mechanics of their immunity at all. Does intense actually increase experience? No, it's just XP and... or not XP, excuse me. Money and moon orbs. Money and moon orbs. Is that fire grape bow anywhere? I was gonna save that for a bark one shot, but I think I used it somewhere because I'm impatient. That's okay. That's fine. Crab is just trying not to die. You have to understand things from the crab's perspective. No, I'm gonna be unreasonable about this. One thing I've noticed during chaos runs, sometimes during butt sound bust gives me a point and boom headshot. How's that about? It's not skill in my skill tree, that's for sure. That's Headhunter. The 1-point Spore Warden skill, tier 5. It's that one. For whatever reason, the tooltip shows a different thing. Probably changed the name in development. It's annoying. You probably be recorded to hotfix. Yeah, it's just a text thing. It's probably low priority. But, yeah. Get chums round 2 today? Yeah, we get to chum again. Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself, too. Maybe this cat screaming is my punishment. And Bark is not a fight where you want to be dropping frames, stuttering, whatever. You don't want the game to be imploding in a timing-based fight. Got him with a ricochet. This is a fun fight. Oh. That was poorly timed. It's because I said it was fun, isn't it? I said I was having a good time and Bark took it personally. Very personally. There we go. Wonder if game got a raid boss reminiscent of Cromarax and Terramorphous at any point? Why would they? We have 4 raid bosses already. Terramorphous is a joke of a fight that barely does anything, and Cromarax was already used twice. No thank you. Gloop, your hitboxes are so weird. All the chum jokes already. I'm sure there's a few on the shelf still. Didn't mean to take that to the face, but that's fine. Empowering Sigil and Polymorph insta-freeze everything. I've heard good stories about that. Hi, man. Okay, I have some sad news. When you polymorph with Empowering Sigil, it empowers you and not the Skeep. That's still cool, though. That's still really cool. But nuke Skeep? Just stack a bunch of radius, and then it'll still be the whole map around you. Found a primordial version of one of your favorite items, War Paradigm. Ooh, let's go, Rohith. Let's go. You can have multiple empowering sigils, though. Yeah, and they'll Nova independently of each other. Ooh, great bow. Thank you. Really not a fan of the save IDs not stacking, so always a unique save number. Maybe a byproduct of different design choices. I don't know. Not knowledgeable on that front. I'm sorry, I don't have V-Ring. That's fair. Ooh, Volatile Sawmill. But it's ×3 again. I have to take it because it's a sawmill. But I want ×2s. ×2 primordial with an element. That's what I'm after. Hotfix check. Yeah, any news on that? My phone vibrated as I said that, so I figured I'd check. I'm on Discord, stop being slow. Figured I'd check all my messages at once. Nothing yet? Okay. Come on, Sniper Bunny. Like, we gotta be best friends by now. There we go. There we go. Great bow. Yes, please. What we got here? Chaotic Sawmill. It's ×2. You're trying. You're trying. You're learning. Can the 7th class be crab-centered? Why? Bunny feeding simulator. I, for one, welcome our bunny overlords. We already have a crab character. Clawbringer. Where's the crabs? Woolly Bully. I love that enchant prefix. No Hotfix news yet. Normally comes at about 11. No, normally comes at about 10. News-wise. So I don't know, maybe technical stuff or something. Bunny mukbang. I don't know. I don't know. So this is another ×4. It's a 24 mag, luckily, but like, dark magic. What do I do with that? I suppose it being dark magic means I would get more value out of speccing Dark Pact. I guess that would mean some Dark Pact instead of some Stain of the Soul. And the healing from that could sustain my Reaper a little better, but the problem is ×4 is definitely a single target choice. And dark magic is the worst of the single target choices. It's awkward. Quag's patience with chat is legendary. What do you mean? What do you mean? Chum's last upgrade turns him into a crab. Stop. Just turns from shark into crab. That'd be cursed. Let's do more normal ones. I'll remain bite-sized in case we get news and I can just pause. A cursed crab, you say? Fuck you. Fuck you. I didn't even make that connection in my mind. How dare you do that to me? And speak of them and they shall appear. Shrab. Sounds like a food item. Oh, so I haven't told you guys about my my side project I've been working on. So I mentioned yesterday that I was working on something spicy for Friday, and it's like mostly done actually. I could probably play that a bit today, but it is a purples only character. No legendaries at the moment. No uniques either. And it is a Spore Ward and Stabomancer, so no, but you're using meta stuff like Pixies and Spell Shot, like nope. Just it's the thrift store build. And it is Chaos 35 viable. A spooky manifesting a cursed crab like that? Let me solo her as actually a cursed crab in disguise? No, don't ruin my heroes like that, Praxis. They already say you should never meet your heroes, but don't make me not want to meet my heroes. Use Torgs? Among other options, yeah. There's weapon choices I haven't explored yet, but it does use Torgs for some single target. Mostly Torg and Black Powder. A little bit of Dahlia. I have a Nightshade on there. A Spriggan would serve me better, I just didn't have a good one on hand. I'm looking into Magic Barrel Hyperius shotguns, because those have really high dot values. Like, really high. Stone Swans had success with those, so. Well, Skulldugger AR? I don't have Skulldugger ARs, so. Have you heard of Let Her Solo Me? Dude looks the same as Let Me Solo Her. All he does is run and get instantly destroyed. That's amazing. I love it. Say working on it today? I can play a bit of that today. Whenever we get Hotfix news, I'll do a couple runs on it after that. It's still a work in progress, but I got the gear together. And it's not super sweaty gear or anything. It's all very, very achievable and organically farmed, locally sourced gear stuff. I got lucky on a skill roll on an armor piece, but the stats are kind of mid. The only crazy thing is I did manage to get a primordial purple amulet, but I think that's the only primordial piece. Everything else is like chaotic. Weapons are pretty scuffed. Work in progress on stream, that should go well. I play work in progress builds on stream a lot. I don't pre-prep all of my content. A lot of it, but not all of it. Sniper's that. This is the sawmill, John Doe. The portable sawmill. Yeah, I got two of them on right now. But one of the highest DPS weapons in the game. Snipers in general in this game are really, really good. Shreds whatever you shoot. Yep. Very good DPS. Now the big downside of the sawmill is it's very ammo hungry. So my build is centered around lots and lots of mag size and a bit of ammo regen. Sawmill also has ricochets, so it'll kill enemies near the enemies you're shooting. Hey Radraxy, how you doing? Not everyone has experienced all weapons bun guns, which is why I like to raise awareness. Snipers didn't need the first buff, they certainly don't need a second. I encourage people to try out more things. You explain the Deathless Unarmored Defense interaction? Sure, Rohit. So, Unarmored Defense will take priority over Deathless in terms of which bar has the weirdness done to it. So, your ward will be treated as normally from Unarmored Defense. So, like, it'll just do the Unarmored Defense thing. The effect of the Deathless will not kick in at all, except Deathless also gives you a bonus to your recharge delay. So, shorter delay before your shield starts recharging naturally. You still get that effect, but the health reservation effect of Deathless will not happen if you have Unarmored Defense. Finally getting the DLC tomorrow. Any specific items I should keep an eye out for? So the Tidebreaker spell, the Twisted Delusion launcher, and the Cape of Tides armor all apply a new debuff called Soaked, which makes enemies take more damage from your lightning and your frost, and less damage from your fire. It is very impactful. Moist, that same as Soaked. It's just Jack being weird, Avari. It's just Jack being weird. Did anyone call me? It Prophet of Moist. Yeah, it seems someone did call you. Hey Mizu-san, how you doing? Missed a few streams, any cool new build discoveries? We are doing big ammo, constantly take damage tomfoolery right now, if you have an interest in that. We're running around holding down the trigger on a sawmill while we are on fire and freezing. And it's a lot of fun. Hoping for an oil soaking sort of mechanic for fire and poison. That'd be cool, Sweaty Palms. I like that.
She's on fire.
Hey Jack, thanks for taking care of Prophet of Moist. I appreciate it. Go. Fire and Poison need some love would be cool. I wouldn't say they need some love. I wouldn't say that at all. But in terms of Poison having more unique things to do damage with, sure. Because Pandemasium kind of sucks. But it does have White Rider, it has Spore Fuse. So like there are a couple options, but just poison itself is not the problem, it's just there's fewer things of the poison element. Frost, for example, has Ice Spikes, Liquid Cooling, Berserker is Enrage, it's included in Soak. I wouldn't say fire or poison are underpowered at all, because they're very powerful things in those elements. Poison should add a dot, that'd be fun. Silent, they all do dots. All elements do that. Yo, English, thank you for giving us up to Thor. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Total 5 in the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you. Why is Rogam so good? I'm using Capetides, still obliterating enemies. Just good damage. They buffed Skulldugger ARs, right? All damage increases are slag because they make enemies take more damage. Why are you like this? Do the thing. I'm surprised you lived. My Clawbringer does more damage with the Great Bow than the setup. Clawbringer bad though. Obviously. That's fine. I didn't have amp. That's probably why I didn't watch it. Incorrect stab bad. And I got decent armor with Blast Chill, still grinded for Cave of Tides or Melee Paradigm with Blast Chill to make a Dreadwind mega strong. Nice. Well, if you die in the mirror, it makes you start all the way over. Huh. Never died in there before. Be funny if the Fire Poison debuff makes the enemy tarred and feathered. I like it. If you don't use Spell Shot, then your builds will be bad. But also, Spell Shot's not overpowered. Remember, you gotta believe those two things simultaneously, Rune, to make it on Borderlands Wonderland's Twitter. Anyway, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom. Get got by Nightbot, Rune. Get fucked. Spell Shot's perfect. And I don't know what reality you're living in, Silent, but you have a good time there. Primordial with 4 in the cooldown skill. Ability crit chance, ability damage. Shame about getting ability crit chance on Graveborn. You know, Blastcast can't do that. I mean, it helped the Hydra's crit. Dire Sacrifice. But ability crit chance being 50% on Primordial Armor is crazy. 45% class power? That's insane. That's insane. Why'd I break my own shield? Cause this ward, B-Moose, gives you 10% ammo regen while it's broken. 10%. Morning, Fusion Rogue. How you doing? Had one instance of Gloop just disappearing from the map. I've heard about that. I've not had that happen to me yet, but I have heard about that. Send it along? Cool. No, I'm not using that gun, Gabe. You can't make me. Times 426 mag. So, like, the damage looks really sad when you get that on a like a non-chaotic or anything, but times 4, 26 mag. Yes. I'm taking it, honestly. Get that in a primordial, like this this poison one I'm using. Sheesh. One ethereal, then poof. Pretty good, got to cast 35 last night, got a times 18 volatile fire body rocker. Let's go. Both insane achievements. Congrats. Why is Chaocon bad? Just because its damage is terrible and its ammo consumption is ridiculous. So, still have this shit equipped. Did I drop the great bow? Do I have any great bows? Okay, so this is a primordial Chaocon, aka the highest damage it can go. It's a non-Ellie, so the highest card damage it can have. And this is a used volatile great bow. A volatile used great bow, I should say. Which has 1/10 the damage of the antique. The used great bow is an item that is... It literally makes fun of you for having it. And the Chaocon does less damage, consumes more than double the ammo, and shoots in a pattern you can't control. Like, it shoots a wide fan and then a narrow fan. It's just really bad. Unenchantable doesn't help, but there are guns that are unenchantable that are still good, such as the used great bow. Notes? Alright, let's see. Okay, weekly event. Treasure Ahoy. Get more gold from enemies in Sunfang Oasis and Crackmask Cove. More gold is good. You need gold for... there's a lot of good stuff you can get in vendors in this game, like quest rewards, for example. And just items in general. And SDUs. The SDU grind is real, so gold farming, very nice. Featured run updated. Wastard. People ain't gonna like that one. I don't mind, but... yeah, Wastard. Health vials will no longer fill your health bar during save result. That's actually nice. I didn't know they were doing that. Progression blocker fixes for achievements. That's cool. Assault rifle adjustments. Ooh, donkey buff? That's a lot of donkey buffs, chat. That is a lot of donkey buffs. That could be worth getting. Ooh, who drops the donkey again? Crossbow generator, huge buff. I have a volatile times 4 one that I've been saving. I don't know which mule I put it on. Wait, hang on, doesn't matter. Fixed an issue where it would not roll with barrel mod parts. Okay, so you want to farm new ones anyway. It's Droll? Oh, so from the featured boss. Cool. You can get that in the featured run. Increased ricochet damage as well, that's cool. Manual transmission buff. That's a tiny buff, but... you know, it's something. So it sounds like Rogue Imp is being nerfed. Which I question. And Thunder Anima is being buffed. Oh, it wasn't getting AR stats. That's a big change. So the reason why the Tiggs boom was so mediocre in BL3 is because it wasn't a shotgun. It didn't get shotgun stuff. But now it does. Now the Thunder Anima does. So that'll help. I still don't understand the thought process behind leave Buffmeister alone and nerf Rogue Imp. But okay. Sure. That's fine. Alright, but still no enchants? You don't need enchants, Aaron. It's honestly not that impactful. The gun matters more. Okay, I'm excited about the crossbow generator and the donkey. That's good stuff. Was that it? Yeah. Lazy hotfix. Okay, I wouldn't call it a lazy hotfix, Drell's Hell, considering, like, you do it. I'm waiting. You do it. Don't mock shit that you don't have the skill set to do. Additionally, they never do big hotfixes the week before or after a patch. And we got a patch last week. Think your box won't budge on Buffmeister? Well, neither will I, so... prepare for several years of hearing me bitch about it. Buff the UI. Next patch, hopefully, Mahoney. Learn how to do it in the next 3 seconds. Based. So we can expect that stuff in an hour. I'll show you guys the purple setup. Over here. I can speak from experience, the Hotfix modding is as simple as one would expect. Complicated shit. You know, of course, errors are made, but... 'tis complicated. So, I'll just start with a parasite kill, since that's generally considered the metric. Number of people threatening Wonderland's apostasy, I don't think they'll change the one item that puts people on a power trip. It's not the one item, though, Rohit. That's exactly the problem, right there. It's the perception that it's the one item, because it's so disgustingly strong and low effort, that people literally just do not acknowledge other items, that in some cases are equally or more powerful. It's not the one power trip item. That's exactly why it should be nerfed. Was the donkey? It's a dedicated drop only saw blade AR. I kind of blew myself up, so my damage dropped a lot there, but... Purples only. Purples only. Stabo, Spore. Chaotic Gun. Volatile. Volatile. Regular old stuff. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. This is the best roll here. I got real lucky on this one. Other than that... a problem. My Primordial Calamity one-shots the Skeep. Oh no. Wastard and featured run? Yeah, perfect time to practice Wastard. Bring a Sigil. Wasn't liquid cooling the one item for a bit. The funny thing about that, Irish Wiz, is it was viewed as the one item in the same way as the Buffmeister. Liquid cooling was not top DPS in the pistols category. It was simply easy and pervasive to the point where everyone believed it was the only legendary gun you could use. This was especially amusing because that reception to liquid cooling only started after the first about day and a half of the game, where people were adamant that you could only do damage with ×4 purple SMGs. And then they shifted to liquid cooling. But like, it's just, once again, the LANs community for a game structured around the concept of creativity, it's got a fan base that is creatively bankrupt and unwilling to experiment. That's a calamity. That is a calamity. Now, I'm not going to use it on this build because it's a purples only, but, like, that's good. Gonna post this build? It's a work in progress, Mr. Adblock, but currently it's just a shit post. So, hey, you can use just purples on an off-meta class combo. Never stop using those SMGs? No reason to stop, they're still good. They were never the peak, they were never the only option, they're just one of many. You keep doing you kind of logic. Found out how to Skeep Amulet last night, too bad it's Poison Claw instead of Frost Claw. Ah, it's unfortunate. Hey Hazel, took your advice, tried random guns that dropped for me, was not disappointed, random gun now my favorite. See, there you go, experimentation, it's the key to happiness. BL2 multi-class mod update, Assassin, Siren, and Commando are now done. Ooh. No news about chums? I mean, we can assume, based on the original post when the DLC dropped, that chums will roll over. Maybe they just didn't feel the need to mention it directly. It's gonna be faster if I remember to bonk with my melee weapon, but I keep forgetting. It's time for a Wonderland scavenger run. I like it. I like the energy. That's the wrong button. There's people out there that still think the purple times 4 Dolly SMGs, which you should be using, started on a stream about hours ago. It's a good option, but again, it's just... These games are built on experimentation. But gamers are obstinate. So their way is the only way for some of these people. So you could literally show them the actual stats, the math, and the video evidence that it's not the only choice. And then the goalposts will be shifted. Now, usually what happens is, well, that's for you. What about for the average person? I'm like, well, stats don't suddenly work differently in my game to everyone else's. It's just use the item and it does the thing. Also, based on the constant roasting of my aim, you guys know my aim not doing me favors, but holy shit, this Skeep. Just take a second to look at this fucking Skeep. Pixie build, I'd rather throw it off a cliff. Streamer loot, it's real. It's real. On a related note, dedicated farming bad, by the way. You don't ever get good loot while farming a boss, right, chat? Ever. Blaster's my arch nemesis. Have you heard the good word of sigils, Wolf Booty? Sigils will change your life. You get Wastered, a sigil turns off all of his attacks. All of them. How do you feel about the deputy build? There's a deputy build? I mean, I assume there would eventually be one. Just kind of something people do in every Lands game. But it's first I'm actually hearing about it. It's changed my life having sigils. They're that good. But I suppose the reason why people don't experiment with sigils is because their spell slot's taken up by something else. I wonder what that spell could be. It's all connected. Stabbo spell shot. Joel's posted about 2 weeks ago. Oh, cool. Yeah, Joel's likes the deputy stuff, so I'm not surprised that he did that. I'm not familiar with it, so no real commentary to offer there. But streamer, which of my 2 spell slots are you talking about? No, you got me. Barrel maker, duh. Hotfix? Yeah, hotfix. I keep clicking the wrong things in these menus. Yo, Thomas, how's it going? You really playing Wonderlands if you don't simp the sigils? Exactly. Sigils are life. I've run bosses the last 3 nights in a row. I'm always looking for new spells to replace with others. I got 1 sigil with 2 good perks and hundreds of boss kills. You were unlucky. We actually do have stats and graphs. We do have a graph related to dedicated drop rates, thanks to the hard work of 10 FPS, who's done a lot of the spreadsheet stuff you see in the community. You guys want to see a graph? It's a fun graph. Look at this graph. Alright, I got a graph for you. Really fun Daggerstorm Dark Magic build. Nice. I was thinking about doing a Deathless Gluttony build. Alright, let me get you guys your graph. One second. It's a tax error. What are you farming for? Nothing in particular. Just killing the boss and just doing stuff while we chat. We'll probably do some Chaos Chamber runs or farm a different boss with this setup at some point. Okay, so we got a graph. This is made by 10 FPS, who did some fantastic testing with this. Huge sample size. But this is expected rates you can bank on when dedicated farming based on different luck thresholds. So see on the bottom axis, 0, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Now a max dice setup with a shrine at level 40 has 40,000 loot luck. Like 40,046, I think is the number. So the number you see there is what you'll have with full loot luck minus ward enchantment and amulet. So you're looking at about an expected rate of 18.4%. Give or take a little bit, you know, it always varies a bit. But this matches up with the quantified effects of loot luck, and it's, you know, across a large sample size, you can see the expected drop percent versus the in-game drop percent. They are very close to each other, which corroborates the numbers. Now, for reference, 18% as a drop rate is very, very good. Very good. Considering many, many, many dedicated farms in previous lands games were at 10%. Because if you have an item, if you have a boss pool that's 30%, and it's 3 items, each one is 10%. That's the most common model they use for drops. So this is better, almost twice as good, in fact. So seriously, if your dedicated farm isn't going well, you're just unlucky. That's all it is. That's all. It's the numbers. This is not my opinion, this is just the data. Imagine RNG being RNG. I'll never understand there's so many build possibilities to try it. People always default to the boring OP stuff because they want the neuron activation from killing the thing and they don't care how they get it, fleece. It's ultimately what it boils down to. So only at 20,000 loot luck, I'm basically at 10%. Right. If you're at 20,000 loot luck, you are around the neighborhood of about 14%, 14-15% based on this. A little over 15, in fact. Because if you look at the expected here, this is about 14. And then the actual is about 15. So, around 15% if you have 20,000. Community hates grinding in the grinding game. Now, there's a point, Flib, where it is unfriendly to the player. Like, some farms are unrealistic in some of these games for certain things. Like, part variance for armor is, like, honestly tells you to fuck off. It's kinda nuts. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about just getting a variant of the item, and that's the thing people are targeting most with this feedback. It's not that bad. Here you go. Would you pair with Graveborn a Dagger Storm Toss build rather than Spell Shot? You could do Berserker. Berserker also has reload speed. It's got the global bonus element. It would, if you happen to use Dire Sacrifice, Berserker buffs Dire Sacrifice more than Spell Shot does. That week spent tweaking a build is a different type of dopamine hit. That it does. That it does. Drop rate's good, part variety terrible. Yeah. Reaper Bone's better for the toss. Yes, but the toss is, like, good enough, honestly. But yeah, you could do Reaper Bones. In which case, Berserker is still great, Silent, because Blood Frenzy, you get a kill, or you trigger Grave Cap, and it heals you a bunch. Helps your Reaper. So either Graveborn action skill, Berserker is the best at supporting those, in my opinion. Tune back in, someone tell me what I'm supposed to get mad at for this week's hotfix. People are probably going to be annoyed about the Rogue Imp adjustment, Chester. That's going to be the thing. They're not going to care that more things were buffed. And that's going to be the focal point. I don't know about this graph, you still have pieces of gear with less drop rates than others, even if they are dedicated. No? What do you mean? You mean different items having different drop rates? Like, let's say the Donkey has a different drop rate than the Stormclaw, or whatever that melee weapon is. Say Borderlands 3 had dedicated with 10 and some with 25. Let me look at the graph, see if it accounts for that. Yeah, so that'd be a question more directly for 10 FPS, but basically you can look at it as an average. I don't know how to say your name. Yeah, P. I'll call you P. You can look at it as an average. So the norm for Borderlands 3 drops, for example, was most things were, as I mentioned before, 30% for a boss pool, 3 drops, so everything worked out to be 10%. Now, there were some drops in that game that were 100% drop rate. There were some boss pools that gave you 100% at a drop with 2 different drops, so it worked out to 50%. There were some that had 6 dedicateds in the pool, so things dropped down to 5%. So sometimes some things do have different rates. I don't know the individual rates for items in this game, but based on the available data, you can infer that that's an average. I don't know if they're all the same, but that's a question for 10 FPS. I can see a potential infinite Donkey Spore build. I haven't used the Donkey. I don't think ever. No mention of difficulty increase for Chums. I mean, we're getting Form 2 of Chums. I've only fought the first form, so. Pretty hyped to have some more AR options. Yeah, me too. Manual transmission is what I'm most looking forward to, taking out for a spin. See what I did there? Grinds my gears that it wasn't good. I respect it. Keep forgetting the donkey's a weapon. I don't even know what it does. It's a saw blade thing. That's all I know about it. I keep forgetting what manufacturer it even is. So I'm curious, does adjustment mean nerf when Gearbox puts out hotfix notes? It depends. They tend to use increase and adjustment as their terms. They tend to say adjustment when it's not an increase. That was a chunk. Why was that a chunk? Oh, I'll play the angles ricochet. That's what that was. Donkey is Stoker, right. Guess we can see an upshift in people using it. Well done. Well done. I think Chums 1 and Chums 2 both be in the chamber. I have no idea. I have only seen Chums 1, personally. I've never seen Chums 2, 3, or is it up to 4? I know nothing about them, and I'd like to keep it that way until they're actually available. Hey, Foster. Just logged in during conference for work to ask for your spiciest take on today's hotfix note. Still waiting for the Buffmeister to have its day in court, but Donkey and Crossbolt generator buffs are super cool. Looking forward to testing those out, because those guns were 2 of the underwhelming ones. And I'm glad to see we got individual tuning for assault rifles rather than a blanket tuning for the weapon category. They individually balanced, what, 4, 5, 6 different assault rifles instead of saying, hey, flat number. Which implies that they learned, because the blanket shotgun buff, unfortunate consequences on certain black powder stuff. The blanket sniper buff, I don't think Sawmill and Carouser needed more damage, you know. So, mostly positive. Is there a way to be perma-mortal with a level 1 counterfeit and a self-ignite armor? It doesn't make you immortal. Might let you chain the untargetable effect. It seems like a lot of work for just... Like, why not just kill the enemies at that point? I don't know, it doesn't interest me. But in theory, can't speak. In theory, yeah, you should be able to chain the counter. Chain. Patch notes out? Yeah. Did I update the command? Let me fix that. There you go. Exclamation point hotfix for the notes. We went over them on stream already. Update my title, and we're good. Thanks, you're welcome, Tila. Hey, Perik, how you doing? Hey, Grumpy. Feature runs Wastard, isn't that just a witch? Yeah, it is. He's named Wastard in the story, so.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. I need to be moving for damage here, but... Pet the pet. At Brecci? I did not, but doing okay otherwise. Quartermaster's be tanky. I think I need my actions to deal with these guys. So this is my purples only setup that I'm kind of actively workshopping right now. We have no uniques or legendaries equipped. Kettledrum Master Ace? Yeah. The legendaries are bad. Shit, you got me. I was liver on spicy takes. Favorite streamer, keep streaming. Thanks, Foster. Gotta be a little precise, but this does feel good. Shotgun is this, like its face floatiness? This is a Kettledrum. Yo, Bazooka Dude, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for choosing me with your monthly Prime. It goes a long way. And I hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing all the good stuff, and thank you. Thank you so much. Alice can revive you. Why don't mind ignore me? The Mushroom Companion can revive you if you take that skill in the Spore Warden tree. This one right here. It's the only one that can. In terms of player pets. Appreciate your content, man. Thanks so much. No, I appreciate you. Black Powder doesn't dip with play the angles, does it? So, Black Powder ricochets can trigger play the angles. Low-key legend. So, I could shoot an enemy, get a Black Powder ricochet, and then that ricochet could trigger play the angles. And then that play the angles can trigger play the angles a second time. And when you get that chain of events, whatever gets hit by that ricochet dies. A horrible, painful death. What should I prioritize? Mortal Vessel, Ascension, Blood Frenzy. Ascension is a lot of health and a lot of spell damage. So I assume you mean on armor, Silent? I'd say 3 Ascension, 2 Blood Frenzy would be optimal. But... yeah. Yeah, I'd say 3 Ascension, 2 Blood Frenzy. I suppose if you prioritize Reaper a little more than the spell damage, you could go 3 Blood Frenzy, 2 Ascension. Ouch. On hammer. Rogue Imp changes. Hope now I can slay through the rest of the Chaos Chamber levels. I mean, Rogue Imp sounded like it was being nerfed. Because Rogue Imp definitely didn't need to be buffed. I don't think they buffed the Rogue Imp. It sounds like Rogue Imp is being nerfed and the other assault rifles mentioned are being buffed. Using Fortifying Sigil? Correct. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? I haven't tried a bunch of the weapons that you suggested, but they're something I'm keeping an eye out for. I wish I had a little more accuracy. Like, not just my aim, but, like, the stat to tighten the spread on this thing. Okay, how are these mushrooms mortaring me while I'm invisible? It's so rude. Think Claw should have some shield regen on their shield skill? Yeah, I think so, Irish. Seems justified. Blank Slate with max ward and all damage? Ooh. That's better than most blank slates. Damn it, barrel. My ricochets hit a barrel. Oh, that's so frustrating. See my action skill. Stop dying as soon as you get your action skill. No. Yeah, that was poor positioning on my part. Wonder if accuracy spread reduction would be good to have in Lands games. It's very useful in, at least in Borderlands 3. There's a lot of weapons that benefit heavily from spread reduction. Popular ones, including the Light Show, the Hellwalker. Those were guns that did very well with just a bit of accuracy. Now, Amara and Zane in that game had a lot of innate accuracy, whereas Flak and Moze didn't, so that did affect weapon choices. Yo, how do you see me? Sir? Is Dedication and Claw worth it? Which skill is Dedication? They added rename character? Yeah, they did last week, Silent. That was in the patch. What? Yeah, yeah. So, like, I actually remember this vividly. We had just been talking about how cool it was that they added character rename when you came in and complained about the patch. Not to put you on blast like that, but, It's very on brand. Had any new loot with Chum's level up? Well, we won't know for another 20 minutes, but I would not expect items that were not in the game as of last Thursday, because that post where they said, you know, new stuff for Chums, that's new to Chums. And, relatively speaking, gear that was introduced a week ago is still new. So, temper expectations. I would not realistically expect new items that were not in the game files, because A, that requires patching, which isn't a patch day, it's a hotfix day. And B, like, come on, we just got a bunch of new things. What kind of sigil is that? It's a fortifying sigil. Looks like this. Pretty bad roll, honestly. I didn't get 3 parts, it's not even chaotic. But it does what I need it to do. Got a Cape of Tides. Non-Chaos Chamber Parasite. Yeah, once you've done the DLC, all the DLC items are in the World Drop Pool. Hey, speaking of, it's Chumps. And the hotfix in the quad bow and anima. Those were already in the game files, Drell's Health. They did not introduce those in a hotfix. They were in the game files, but they did not drop. There's a difference. Okay, Chums, as soon as I activate my shit, really? Doing me like this? Or like Chumps. Missing name Christina forgot. No idea. Have to get around to adding enchants items that can't be. It kind of sucks right now. It's annoying, but it's not that impactful, I've noticed with my playing. So like, used Great Bow, for example. That gun's good enough that I don't care it can't be enchanted. I lose 1 enchantment slot, oh well. A lot of setups often have 1 enchantment slot that's just less impactful than others. Because non-ambi-hex setups, you already have, what, melee weapon, gun, ward, and spell. Ambi-hex setups, you get 1 extra, but you also lose access to action skill 1, so you're honestly likely to run out of desirable enchantment slots anyway. So, like, it can sometimes suck, but if the item is good enough, it doesn't matter. So, like, Last Rites is good enough. Thunder Anima is good enough. Well, before patch it was. Hopefully it'll go back to being good enough with the update to it. Used Great Bow is good enough. I'm trying to think of a use for this amnesia, but I can't. Okay, so what do we roll on this character? This is purples only, by the way. Show it again. We only used the kettle drum in that run, but purple, 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 purple. And this is Chaos 35. I do not have full Primordial, I do not have perfect gear, I'm not playing a spell shot. So once again, people tell you this game needs to be nerfed down difficulty-wise. Tell them to make better builds. Now, there's certain specific enemies, like in a non-optimal build, like Son of a Witch, Drill. They can be real slogs if you don't have a dedicated bossing weapon. What do I roll here, chat? I think I go for pistols. Better Luddites? Do I go for spells? Let's go for spells. Come, you aren't checking every purple then? Because I'm lazy. 2 classes, see Stabo Elise. Stabospore. Stabospore. Why isn't your figure purple? Shit. I don't have an excuse. I just forgot. 125 is pretty rare, though. It is. Dynaxis. It is. Which ties back into our earlier conversation about part variance matters more than drop rates in these games. Because you could get a black powder shotgun pretty easily, sure. But is it the black powder shotgun you want? You're not lazy, though. You're Quag. Fair. Assault rifles? Ooh, that's a good shot, Wolf Booty. I should do that. I'll do that on the next one. But my ego. Why should I make a better build when I can just complain for Gearbox and make my current build better for me? Big brain. Marshmallow of emergency supply. I could use an emergency supply marshmallow right now. Primordial time skip, sure. Volatile triple ice spike. The cooldown part. Only rolled 2 parts though. Still, with a crit chance roll, that's 36% base crit. That's pretty good. And try the marshmallow out. I noticed if you shoot the marshmallow, it jiggles. You can eat the marshmallow for healing. It's a really nice utility spell. Also has a very wide splash radius, so you can use it for damage dealing. But you can eat it for healing. To appreciate a good jiggle. Preach. Be back later. Sounds good, Deep Zombie. I think it's about proclivity towards the type of game. People who are good at a certain game ridicule people when they can't do as well as them, but have similar concerns when they aren't as good at another game. To an extent, that's true, Rohith. Absolutely. But it is also a matter of... It's a broad concept, and it does get used a lot for things it might not necessarily apply to, but I'm just going to say it. Gamer entitlement. Because, see, the thing is, if you go into a game, you set the difficulty to the absolute maximum on not only this setting, but also over here on this setting. If you opt into both of those max difficulty options, and then are still unwilling to use things that are of an appropriate power level for that difficulty, it's on you. It's not on anyone else. It's not a skill set thing. It's a mentality thing. That's what it comes down to. It's like signing up for a marathon without ever having trained and being unwilling to go faster than a walk. And then complaining when someone else, completes it first. You did it. You. It's like that meme where the dude puts the crowbar through his own bike wheel. It's exactly that meme. Heard it's actually pretty good with blast gas when you shoot it. I haven't used it too much myself though. Can't say for sure. That sounds interesting, Mac. It's got a volatile live wire. Let's go, Sock. Oh, and by the way, when I said you, I didn't mean an individual you. I meant like an inclusive you. You as in the individual. The collective. Those are 2 different words. You get what I mean. Scatterbrain today. I apologize. I wasn't good at BL2 or 3 until I started understanding builds. My friends who bought BL3 and recommendation came back with a lot of hate and they didn't want to understand builds. And that's exactly what it is. It's a mentality thing. You had a different attitude about it. You acknowledged that you didn't understand and that's why you didn't succeed. Like, you said yourself. That proves your mentality is different. Acknowledging that, on some level, you yourself as the player are the problem is something that people with the mentality of, hey, nerf all the content and buff all the items. It's something they lack. I couldn't possibly be failing. It must be the game that's wrong. Officer, I wasn't speeding. Your radar gun is incorrect. Get got by Nightbot era. Get absolutely shit on. You've been gamered. We know if this next featured run is extended. We don't know yet, Nola. Can't say the game's too hard or make any judgments like that till I play the content with a close to ready build. And that is another example of a mentality that I admire, Carrion. I'm glad you have that perspective, because deciding not to draw conclusions until you've tested yourself in games designed around testing and just experimentation, like, that's the intended approach to the game. It's like, hey, I wonder if this is good. Let me go use it. That is a core skill set that a certain brand of Twitter complainer lacks. I'm gonna die to this dot. Awkward. Nightbot is gamering you. You have to say what to nerf. That is an important thing too, Irish. Specificity in, you know, if you just say, hey, we need buffs. Okay, well, they're not gonna buff anything specific unless you give context and, you know, explain your way of thinking. Got a triple ice spike that shoots 4 projectiles. False advertising! Man, listen, growing up with old school Nintendo platforms where you had to be pixel perfect to make some jumps or kill some enemies humbled my gamer ass early. Yeah. It does have an effect on you. Volatile Tiebreaker with 3 parts. That's the best tiebreaker I've gotten as a drop. Actually, I did get a Primordial 2 part 1. But honestly, I think 3 parts is better. Ow. Thanks, pet. Played Celeste and finished with a death count below my birth year, so safe to say I'm an elite tier gamer. Better than me. Better than me. What would God roll sigil parts be? Depends on which kind of sigil, depends on what exactly you want, depends on your classes. Like, if you're using, say, a fortifying sigil for healing, and it's like your primary survivability, you probably want cooldown parts, and maybe radius parts, some combination of the two, so that you have more freedom of movement, but also better uptime. If you're doing empowering sigil, it already has a very short cooldown, so cooldown's not as important. Radius, it improves your delivery a lot on empowering sigils, so on those I probably do that. Morning, Zen. How you doing? Zen, I think you'll like this setup. It's From the shadows, black powder stuff. Lots of ricochets. Feels very flaky. Word ban? Alright, I can't say that word for 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the clock, chat. Keep me honest. Fucking nasty spill. Is this grape rarity only build? Yes. We're not using any orange flavored. It's all grape flavored. All of our items are grape flavored. Your jabber looks weird. Birth defect. Purple stuff, no Sunny D. Fuck, I said it. Damn it. That's one. That's one. You got me. I've been outplayed. Why is Stream Boy bad? What do you mean? Oh, you mean thick? Like caked up? Cheeks for weeks? Swim in that spicy water. Doing my best. I really called it bad? When? And in what context? Grape is pretty great? You're pretty great, Poison. How you doing? In the game, its name? Oh, yeah. The character's name is Fla. I totally forgot that I named it. The character's name is Fla, so Fla and Bad. Ooh, I was outplayed there. See, they should nerf that mountain troll attack because I didn't dodge it. Am I doing this correctly yet? No, need more? Gotcha. Is this times 25? Yes. Saw a video today from someone on YouTube saying the secret bosses have mechanics, they aren't raid bosses. Why are they bullet sponges? Why do we have to wait for the mechanics to kick in? I mean, the mechanics are cool and all, they don't give me raid boss vibes. You see, that, Rohit, is what you call a bad faith argument. Because I don't think we need to go into why nothing about that series of arguments is reflective of reality. So for this boss, I do use stickies. Hotfix Live? Probably is now, I'm in. Probably. I have not restarted my game, so. Notice you don't really elite rooms, why is that? It's just faster to not. I go for, like, volume of runs, because I'm more gameplay focused. Sometimes I do elite rooms, though. It just really depends. Moment to moment, it's more that I don't think about it, to be perfectly honest. If I'm trying to flex a build super hard, that is well established, then yeah, I'll elite more often. But for this build, that honestly just didn't occur to me. Oh, was that a 9 mil? Can someone clip that? That was a 9 mil hit. No clip, that's illegal. Here we go. Yo, David, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Established? Then yeah, I'll leave more often. Looking for the numbers in this. I see a 6 mil. It was 6 mil. 6 mil. Sorry. My brain must have inverted it. But that's a 6 mil.
This position's really good for the glutes.
Very nice. And try the buffed ARs? Yeah, at some point today. But currently, I'm enjoying the purples build. Ooh, we could take this to the new featured. 6 mil, we'll take it. Yeah, you know, that's like just okay. It's just okay. Just enjoying Red Dead 2, it's so relaxing. Ooh, nice. The grape build, yes. 6 mil is a small number. Hey, Icy, how you doing? You said it again? Did I? Fuck. Well, word band's up now. I said it, what, 2, 3 times? Be sure it hasn't shown up. Hotfix might not be through then. I'll wait. Yeah, the grape flavored build. And skill tree wise, we cap Spore Warden. We go down to 1 in Contagion on Stabo. Elusive and Contagion. Or 25 minutes? Maybe. Maybe, Rohith. Might be. I wasn't paying attention. I'm well, hope you are too. I'm doing great. How much mag size do you have? I have 30% here, and then I have 28% there, and then myth rank. So enough to get this up to 4 shots. Well, I wanted Contagion. So Contagion, is really good at helping exploit their weakness on low projectile count stuff. So, like, in theory, I could get a dot applied from each of the hits on my Ludite, and then if even only 2 of those triggers Contagion, that's fully stacked exploit weaknesses. Hotfix out, thank you. We'll, hit ARs, and then we'll reopen game. Take the figure real quick. I should do that too. I should do that too. I'll do that after we relaunch game. It's same thing. Remind me, like, when we're loading back in. Enjoy Wonderlands. Thanks, David. I appreciate you. Primordial Hooligan. It's Primordial. We'll take it. Hey, Pup T. How you doing? Gonna paint it obsidian. Some variety of the purple flavor. I can say it now, word band's over. Okay, let's relaunch. No featured run at all right now? Monka. Doing well, have you in the background, forget to say hi as the work. No worries. I'm glad you're doing well. That's what matters. So is this Grape build a challenge? It's impressive that it's doing fine in C35. I guess Grape and Sunny D weapons aren't super different. Yeah, Jay. It serves to remind people that your build matters more. Like, your synergies between your items. Between your skill tree and your gear choices and your enchants, that's always what matters most. And that there's lots of diversity and options, and that no, in fact, sweeping buffs are not necessary. Just gotta pick the right tool for the right situation, and there are many. I'm gonna run in the bathroom while this goes. Because I have time. Okay, me back. Let me update my title real quick. Painting time, yes. Let's get the drip. Love to see your 500 IQ brain use the donkey. Previously, that gun felt terrible to use. Maybe it wasn't built properly for it. By all accounts, the donkey was just well and truly shit. I understand that's changed now, so. First of all, hero statue. Obsidian, yes. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, okay. There we go. Bring me Thanos. Nice, Irish. Alright, yeah, no featured run here, which is weird. Okay, we'll do a normal one while they sort that out. Jay made a Marshmallow vid? Jay or Dex, if you want to link that, I'd like to watch that. It sounds fun. I don't have a second level difficulty on Chum either. Maybe they need to roll out a second hotfix. Shroom is purple too. Oh, does it inherit? That's cool. I'm gonna keep that video open and watch it later. I like the energy. Let's do one of these bullet spongy, no mechanics, not raid bosses. I'm air quoting the shit out of that because Omega fucking lol. The shotguns will go up to 25? Yeah, that's what I'm using. Times 25. New copy pasta. Honestly, Bazooka, dude. Honestly. Man, I really wish Bunned Hog had mechanics like Pyro Pete. Like, Pyro Pete does this thing where he menacingly walks towards you, and that's it. I really wish, instead of having Sandstorm mechanics and, you know, timing-based weak spot mechanics, and telegraphed AoEs that require player repositioning, I really wish instead I just had to run in a straight fucking line. It's so complex. I was too distracted to do that properly. Where's the fucking thing? Got a volatile crossbow generator? Let's go. I'll go this way. It is purple. That's cute. turn one of my berserkers into Kratos. I saw someone make Kratos, and it looked pretty good. It looked pretty good. I'm always curious to see what characters people can recreate in character creators. Old school D&D, you could roll a fire giant in a 10x10 room, awkward. That sounds like a... Yeah, that sounds like a problem. What are the mechanics of that? Like, how do you deal with that? I mean, do you just die? Are you just on fire the whole time? Like, do you get crushed? Scarlet Claw. 2 points in all. I'll take that. My action skill. There we go. I should learn the skull locations on this map. I know where that one is, and I know where the one over there is. I don't know where the second one is. It's like somewhere in between those two, isn't it? It's like here or something. Oh no, there it is. Okay, I do know those skull locations. Never mind, we're good. I was thinking of a different room, I guess. Elemental overflow should be illegal. Preach. Preach. Random counter result, up to the DM. I'd discard the result. You don't have to interpret a result like that so strictly, but it broke some people's brains. Yeah, that sounds, interesting. Oh, I should pay attention. Pet. Pet. Thank you. Another neat thing about fortifying sigils is they heal your companions too. It does give your mushroom a lot more value, to a point where I should really consider speccing into the taunt. Like, I could just put a sigil down on him when he taunts, and he'll be fine. How good's the healing? 8% max health per second. To be exact, 8% max health per second over an 8-second duration. So for reference, Sanguine Sacrament, the most powerful heal over time in the game, at 3 out of 3 points is 15% per second. So it's more than half of that. Nasty spills worse. Depends, but sometimes. % per second is generally pretty strong. Yeah, it's a big number. Oops. Thought it was gonna take more. Got one shot. Okay. Although I recently started a new character and got 2 times 18s. Nice. I'm gonna buy ammo capacity there. I need to get reimbursed for all these sigil stocks he's selling, good lord. I'm bought and paid for by big sigils. I've died after the encounter and Nasty Spill so many times. Same. Love that emote. The Puff Tea Dance Soccer chick use. Love it. No you? No you. There you go. You've been gotten. No! My sigil wasn't available. Wasn't able to save the mushroom. This enchantment is also really fucking good. You get up to 2 seconds back on From the Shadows every time you reload. Now that on its own, not very impactful, especially because it does have some sharp diminishing returns. But considering I also have a bunch of Sabomancer power, and Sabomancer power is duration. Ouch, coffee too hot. I feel you. I make that mistake all the time. If they had sunglasses, I think you could make a medieval Wesker. That sounds fun. I'm a big Resident Evil fan. I'd love that. Resident Evil is one of those IPs that for me is just instant, like, neuron activation. Like, hell yeah. You bonk at me like that. I'm playing very defensively here because of my ward enchantment. I lose a lot of damage if I'm not at full health. This does complicate certain fights. And without that enchantment, my damage is still good enough, but I'll really want to be in my action skill in those moments. Awkward. Ooh, do we do bunny on the setup? Am I prepared? Yeah, I have that. What's your shield enchant? This one. While health is full, gain 25% gun damage and 25% crit damage. Dread when scale off melee or ability damage or both. Both, and its damage source is considered melee. So it triggers the likes of Blast Chill, but it does receive damage bonuses from each. Resident Evil is great, I love it. It's so insane and ludicrous if it's fun. Like, RE8 was nuts. Yeah, RE8 was batshit, but it was cool. Like, it was good. Now, sometimes RE is just like, wow, why are you doing this? Like, RE6, if you were not playing co-op with a friend to enjoy the insanity, RE6 was a special kind of just, what happened here? What went wrong? But then you have RE8, which is wacky and amazing. And then the classic RE games, 1 through Code Veronica, are, like, peak survival horror. And RE4 is one of the most successful franchise, like, soft resets ever done. Kind of set the precedent for over-the-shoulder camera angle shooters for the next, like, 10 years. This is a tanky boy. Have to mention Chris. Who? The boulder punching asshole? Yeah, Resident Evil's so crazy that in RE8, they just reference memes from other games. Like, there's a ridiculous moment in RE5 where a character fucking does some anime shit and beats the shit out of a boulder to progress through an area. And you're just like, what? Like, it isn't played for laughs or anything, it's just serious, he just does it. I'll tell Quadbo, yes please. In RE8, they make fun of it. It's great. Like, you're fighting one of the last bosses in the game, and he calls that character a boulder-punching asshole. Man, how he's changed over the years. Yeah, Chris was on the PEDs, off the PEDs. He went through some shit. Hearing the chaotic plus legendary sound fires all my neurons. Same. It's a great sound. Trying to Dreadwind build with an empowering frost sigil. That sounds fun. It's hard to get good uptime on, like, the sigil while spinning, because you have some animation lockouts, but you do get enough overlap. You could also just use the sigil to freeze things and then start the Dreadwind, and it works out well. Oh, I got too close. No, I had it on impact mode. That's what my problem was. I didn't get too close, I'm just stupid. There's a difference. Mushroom, you're not supposed to stand up into that. What are you doing? There we go. Is that loot on a file? No. It's a drop I got. Haven't shared it anywhere. Chaotic Master Room. Yes, please. Radius and cooldown on Empowering Sigil is pretty good. Spell damage also helps the freeze efficiency quite a bit, as the third part. Ooh, Cape of Tides. Spellshock Graveborn. I don't love that skill distribution. Like, I don't love that skill combination at all, really. But it's got good stats, so I'll take it. Mushrooms wants to die, leave him alone. Oh, understandable. Any great dark magic weapons besides pistols? Sawmill can roll in dark magic. Wolf Booty. Body rockers. No, the torque stickies. In the shotgun department as well. Putting a sigil in case the mushroom gets hit. We're just gonna stop those. Sigils are great, they counter so many mechanics. Circuitous Gyre? Yeah, that's a good one. Now, can those track me right now? I mean, Gloop is not aiming well, so I guess the answer is no. From the Shadows was a bad play here. From the Shadows on Gloop's the damage down. I forgot about that. Because open crit spot. Reflex. Oh well, I guess I'll just do this. Hey Ultra Christy, how you doing? Crossbow, Dahlia Assault Rifles, and Dark Magic are fantastic. Ooh, that's good to know. That's really good to know. I can keep an eye out for those on this build. Oh, okay. Man, this is just going unfortunately. I'm failing to line up my damage windows. It's totally on me. And growing pains. We'll get it down. 100% on me. Damage down. From the Shadows lowers your crit damage. That's the trade-off for it giving you exclusively critical hits. It makes those crits weaker. Now, on Gloop... I swear. On Gloop, it's already an open crit spot, like everything crits. So, you have no reason to use From the Shadows. Because it's just the same thing, but for less damage. Yeah, maybe Body Rocker wins out here for sheer volume. Let's try that out next. Because I do have... don't I? Yeah. I have Body Rocker. Different tools for different situations. No custom though, From the Shadows crits, real crits. For everything except for melee weapons, yes. Oh yeah, that's better. That's way better. See? Just changing the tool used for the situation. A little bit of experimentation, that's all it takes. That's so much better. I don't think I've ever had the lava this high before. This is sick. No mechanics, by the way. Totally not a raid boss, by the way. That was fun. What does a melee crit do? It does. It's just for whatever reason, from the shadows, crits on a melee weapon do not inherit your melee weapon's crit damage bonus. However, your melee weapon can still naturally crit while in from the shadows, in which case it will properly inherit. It's picky. I don't know why, that's just how it works. Bunny doesn't know where I am. That was damage. Man, it's sure a shame these raid bosses don't have mechanics, am I right, chat? I'd be really upset if I was doing mechanics right now. That would just be so upsetting. Really, it's just so spongy, and you need full primordial gear, you know? You gotta play the meta class combo of Stabo Spore Warden. You need to be using perfect parted primordial everything, such as this volatile body rocker with an enchantment that didn't help me at all during the Gloop fight. You know, such as this non-chaotic smash hammer. You know. New chums and extended applied and restart a game. Beautiful. We'll restart the game again. Love these bosses routines back notes for being unbalanced after our last campaign where the boss was 4 ancient dragons. Yeah, Samantha. It's a great touch. Make it a point too. There's just a lot of garbage being spewed about the aspect bosses not being real raid bosses. Like, shut up. ARs. Okay, AR bunny. Basically, From the Shadows is what Fadeaway wishes it could have been. Yeah, From the Shadows is Fadeaway perfected. Aspect bosses are way more interesting than most bosses would be able to. Aspect bosses are more interesting than any other bosses they've ever made. Across all of their games. Endgame or not. Just, they're true bosses. They have mechanics. Thunder Anima now counts as an actual assault rifle for assault rifle passes, so that should be a very nice increase. Here we go, crossbow generator. That's big card damage. 800 card damage on a chaotic now? They also increased the ricochet damage. And it apparently wasn't rolling with barrel accessories. So Rogue Imp, yeah, that's less damage on a Rogue Imp. Rogue Imp's damage went down. Oh no, my imp. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I don't think that was strictly necessary. But they did buff like 5 other ones, so. It's in the name of diversity, you know? Item diversity. It's not like it's gutted, just less good now. Right. Exactly. Like, the Queen's Cry took a nerf 2 weeks ago. Still one of the most desirable pistols in the game. I feel like they made immune phases for the bosses way more fair to the player in this game than BL3. I agree, Irish. I agree. Much more responsible use of immune phases in this game. Definitely agree. That was one of the biggest complaints about boss design in BL3. It was just a lot of them crutched on immune phases. Now, there were some bosses that were genuinely enhanced by immune phases, like Wotan. The immune phases were just mode changes. That worked. But then there were bosses where it's like, oh, now I gotta wait. Volatile Thunder Anima. I feel like I have a bunch of those, but I'll take one anyway. Can farm gold for a week in Crackmask? Yeah. Yeah, a gold mini-event is such a good, like, thank you. So many characters I need SDUs on. Part of Crackmaster your farm? Good question. I have no idea. I'm open to suggestions there. Is gold gain from events like that large? I have no idea how big it is, but an increase is an increase. And money is very desirable, like, in general, but in this game especially. It gets you far. This one. Smasher crossbow generator thing? It is Dynaxis, it is. I had one pre-update. Now, they changed, they did note this in the Hotfix notes, exclamation point Hotfix if you haven't seen the notes. There were parts not rolling on the item that they added to it, like barrel accessories, which means more damage usually. There's like a damage accessory, a fire rate accessory, it's usually how that kind of thing works. So your pre-update crossbow generator will have less potential parts than what it'll have now. So you're gonna want to farm new ones. But the old ones got better, just not like all the way better as to what new ones now can do. We two chumps in play yet? Should be an now syntax error, according to chatters. I should restart my game. And we can do that. Game restart again. Needs to be a change to all Black Powder ARs, by the way. So they were all not getting barrel accessories, CZ? That's interesting. That's interesting. That means that, 1 out of 4 changes to get a 1 out of 4 chance to get a barrel didn't get barrel accessories. Okay, so that's good. That's actually a really nice fix. I honestly consider that bug fix more than a buff, but it functions as a buff, so I still like it. That's cool. Use chaotic gear from level 6 to beat level 12? Yes, Steep Zombie. So chaotic is chaotic. It doesn't care if it dropped on Chaos 1 or Chaos 35. If you get a chaotic roll, it is equal in stats across those. Just as chaos tiers go up, it opens up new... As chaos levels go up, it opens up new tiers. chaotic is always the same. So yeah, you can use your chaotic gear all the way up. Imp drop from 757 times 2 to 494 times 2 seems a bit excessive. That doesn't math correctly. Oh, part of what they had in there. Let me pull that up. Rogue Imp was not getting the penalty for having that second projectile Rager. So times 2 imps drop by an additional amount, if I'm reading this correctly. Times 1s will only have that 18.4% reduction. So this might swing Rogue Imp towards times 1, maybe? For being the more desirable version? Possibly. It's just me thinking out loud. From level 6. Do you mean Chaos level 6? Like Chaos 6 Deep Zombie? Or Character level 6? Because if Chaos level, then refer to the explanation I just gave you a minute ago. If Character level, well, you having Chaotic gear that low is a bug. I'm just now starting to feel a challenge with my gear at C25 from C5, and I think that's good game design. I think that's good game design. Character looks like the cute version of the ugly dude in the Goonies. Huh. Yeah, a little bit. It's just the, like the default colored purple, honestly. Why do I have Chaos Trial and not featured? Maybe I'll leave the room and come back. Let's go check on the chum situation first. Yeah, we'll do that. It just means I need to either work on my build a bit more or upgrade my gear chaotic or volatile. Right.
After all day, I never leave a drop for anyone.
It's chaos because it's possible to play level 6. It's not impossible to have chaotic gear at level 6. It's just a bug. Primordial Quaking Thunder in the vendor, and I don't have money. I'm actually gonna be upset if I can't sell enough stuff to get this. That's a good blue cake. I don't want to give that up either. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. That's only chaotic. We can sell that. There's no shot I afford this, right? I'm so upset. I love Quaking Thunders. Oh, that's so upsetting. I don't see the math letting me get that much money. I'm so upset. Difficulty 2. Yeah, let's do difficulty 2. Invite someone to your game? No. There's a bank there, but I want the stuff in my bank.
Your future lies beyond that column.
Need a loan?
Impenetrable!
Creativity flows.
Go smash every barrel in the overworld. Wait, did my sigil fucking make that water cryo me? That's a pain. Imp wasn't OP, they won't fix Pixie shit. I just don't get why stuff's changed. Other truly broken shit, it's not. It doesn't seem like there's a method to the madness. Imp was... I don't know. I don't think Imp needed to be reduced either. They could have just fixed the projectile scaling thing, which would have just brought down the ×2, left the ×1 alone. I think that could have been fine. But it's ultimately a slight change. I doubt it'll knock the Imp from being extremely good to, you know, not viable. I don't get why it was changed. I don't understand the logic there. But the buffs to the other ARs is welcome. How'd you solve that insanely complex puzzle so fast?
Get the column in alignment, just like last time. We tried shooting. That usually works well for you. The column moved. Do that again.
Looks like
Hotfix is out yet? Yes. Yes, they are. Oh, awkward. Hot Walker vibes, yeah. Heads turn faster if you keep shooting them. I was only shooting them once and they turned on their own. Oh, I'm just shooting them to ricochet enemies. Moving to. I'm just doing it because I don't feel like aiming at other enemies, so I'm using the pillars to kill enemies. That's why I'm just kind of shooting. Because I have the black powder ricochets, and also I have Spore Wardens play the angles.
Flowing water. Which reminds me, I may need a quick restroom break after this. The water's rising now.
I can get used to this.
Thirst no more.
Water's rising. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Big brain plays, big brain lazy plays. Yeah, low effort gaming. That's what we're about.
But it won't cool Coil's tempers. That you'll have to deal with the old-fashioned way.
Setup is so fun. I'm just cruising around ricocheting everything. I have a lot of movement speed too. Using an amp hilt? Yes, sir. Should be anyway. Yeah, I am. You should do the first part, do the second part of DLC? Yes. Yes. You do need to do them in order.
Or you'll have to learn how to swim very quickly.
Alright, complete the first part last week? Yeah, I did. Wonder if we need to complete the first couple parts or not to be the first 3 on launch. I did not play in that time before they put that lock in, so I've not done past the first one at all on any of my characters. First Primordial's a Fragment Rain? Let's go, Jester. That's sick. Primordial Fragment Rain. What Chuck module did you get? You get normal or Hydras? Because if Hydras, then that's an insane roll. Normal? Oh, still really good, though. What's the damage on it? I'm just curious. I've not seen a Primordial Fragment Rain yet, so I'm living vicariously. Sorry for the questions. Excuse me, stop moving. My aim is shit. Thank you. Try. 73 times 4? Nice. And plus Echo Twin Soul. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those, Scroll. This is a purples only setup at the moment, though, so I'm not benefiting from that. But Amp Echo Twin Soul, big fan. Kettle Drum's the most fun gun in the game. No other opinions allowed. I do like Kettle Drums. Alright, what do you got for me this time, chums? Oh, you look different. Still kind of a meme health-wise, though. Well, I don't know what he does new other than look cool. So, Hotfix even applied? Yes, because this is Form 2 of Chums, and that was not available before the hotfix. So, yes. Because I have hotfixes. Tiebreaker. Good stats on this amalgam, but shame about this class combo. Ugh. Same as shotgun. This is a kettle drum.
It's wet here, eh? Guess I could use a bath. To drown someone.
Let's get some cosmetics from this wheel, huh? Huh? I don't have like any of the new cosmetics. I think I've gotten like just a scar pack or a tattoo pack, one of those. This wheel, I do not like this wheel. I do not care for this wheel. It gives you nothing, it takes forever, and the currency is so hard to come by.
Oh, I hope this little thing fits.
Oh, it'll fit. One way or another.
Vesper.
Ours and crafted like a dream.
Bonk.
Do I wear this on my neck, or...?
The things you can't
Wheel of
see
Hate.
are often the most powerful imaginable.
Had one orange after every run of the DLC. So I got the new ward from the wheel once. And I got one of the new spells as well. But I don't get anything else good from it. So I wonder, are Chums' forms in the chamber separately now? I guess that's something to check. Not sure the point of spinning out blues. Yeah, it's kind of like, you get so little currency, they could make that shit guaranteed legendaries or cosmetics and it would still be balanced. I don't get that hesitancy. Okay, ×4 Load Buster has a 75% sticky mult. This is why people saying launchers are bad have not used launchers. Like, this is proof right here. So this damage, if you get enough mag size for one more shot, so only 50% mag size, you can get 2 shots of this before reloading. Without doing any of the ShamWide shenanigans that I'm sure most of you know about. You get 2 shots. That's 8 stickies at a 75% multiplier per, each at a base of over 1,000 damage, and it gets area damage bonuses, which most guns don't. This thing can come in all elements. Can roll up to Primordial as with everything else. Legendary launchers, though. The Blue Cake and the Cannonballer still have very high status effect values. So this is a ×2 Blue Cake, so the status is a little lower, but a 2,000 dot with a 30% chance is very respectable. Also, it applies it over a wide area. And remember, most guns in this game do not get area damage bonuses. This isn't like Borderlands 3, where fucking everything is splash for some reason. Most guns in this game aren't. Most launchers, in fact, all launchers that I've used, are. So it's still worth using, it's just not straightforward, which is definitely by design, considering they probably don't want us doing the launcher stuff from BL2 or 3, where people are just shooting the ground, blowing up the whole map, and having infinite ammo. Cannonballer Dot can one-shot a boss? Yeah. Got the new rocket launcher for chums? Yes, Pizza Trains. And I actually used that for debuffing in several of my builds. It's quite nice. Kind of cool if the wheel could spit out quest reward items. Yeah, that'd be cool, Stizzits. I like that idea a lot, actually. That's good. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. Hotfix going around because I opened the game and it ain't there for me. It might be in piecemeal, so like I don't have the featured run right now. But I did have Chums Phase 2 available, Darius. So I think it's a work in progress. So we'll see. I'm gonna check again in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna restart my game again. For
Now the fun begins.
to see if I get the featured. Also, I'm gonna try this at some point. I don't know what I'm gonna try it on, but I have the mag size for this? I do. Yeah, that's definitely not bad at all, considering I'm missing half of these. It's non-enchanted and I'm using all purple gear. With no area damage bonuses. I have no area damage. I need to get an area damage roll on my armor. Because that's just an extra multiplier for this thing. Yeah, that's gonna be worth going back to. I'm excited. You know when you get a gun and you're just excited to build around it? Hey Bron, how you doing?
Bad luck or bad choices.
Good eye blue hair now? Nice. Water not rising. I've heard of that bug, Hebrew Hammer. I don't know of a workaround. But, yeah, it is a thing. Soaker rocket launcher can switch to a mega rocket that does dumb level of damage. Yeah, big boy rockets are very strong. Especially you get some amp bonuses going. Yeah, those can be very good. Launchers are good in this game too, but you see so many people saying launcher's bad, sniper's bad, and I guarantee they've not done an iota of experimentation. And a lot of the people you see repeating those talking points take the detractors at their word because many of them have platforms. I encourage you to take everything content creators say with a grain of salt, including myself. I try to operate on a basis of facts and, you know, data. And a fact is that getting a 600% damage multiplier for pulling the trigger twice is definitely not bad.
Another notch, not going to show. What coward to kill?
Trust but verify. Yep, precisely that. People think testing a gun is just plugged into their current build. Yep, and that is simply not how this game works. Items are designed to have their own areas of expertise and their own use cases, So most of them aren't going to be, hey, just slap it on a build and it works. We should our spell a bit and give it a dog pet. And my Spelvis Presley, the hound dog thing would work so well. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, Rohith. Man, now I'm gonna have Elvis songs stuck in my head all day. Not a bad problem to have, but I blame you.
Spells are up.
Wish I wasn't addicted to Buffmeister. I wish the community wasn't as well, Pizza Trains. Something I said very early on proved to be true, is that the longer you let it sit there, the more attached people get, and the more entrenched it becomes, the bigger the problem grows. And, well, sometimes I dislike being right.
Magic try. I've got all the magic I need. What's it?
Use buff for the climb C20 a little bit in the end game, found myself having more fun with impaling ice spikes later on. Yes, you had more fun with a thing that provides a variation on your gameplay rather than something that is just giving up your item slot for stats. Yeah, that makes sense to me. There's a way to fix the smart armor bug to make it work, just dropping it, equip it should work after doing that. Yeah, Darius, but you have to do that on every time you load. So every time you go through a map transition on the smart armor thing. And that's more inconvenience than most people are willing to put up with, so yeah. I expect a lot of people will either just assume their smart armor is no longer ever doing anything for them, or switch armors until it's addressed. A lot of fun with Glacial Cascade spell. Yeah, that's one of my favorites, Day Training. I love that spell. Really good cooldown, good damage. Of course, Frost is just a well-rounded element in this game. And just good coverage. It has a nice AoE to it. I just like that spell a lot. It's not really a bossing spell, but you know, that's okay. Not everything has to be good at everything. I'm comfortable with not having a super relevant bossing option in my spell slot in exchange for some fun. Can always pick up the slack elsewhere. Fucking crabs. They're so tanky. The health bar is not even moving. Pain. Need my action skill. There we go. Like guns? Like guns. Yeah, you could just do that for boss or something. I can tell I was having plus 50% critical damage is not needed. Yeah. It's worth doing if you know you're running into a difficult boss or something. Yeah, absolutely right. And ultimately, it is a workaround. So you're still doing the right thing by spreading awareness of that as an option. And good on you. Butt Stallion boost quiver? Yeah, I was wondering why I just got 5 shots there. It's because I shot 4 and I regen 1 during. That's a lot of damage. It's one thing I enjoy about Clawbringer at the moment. Crabs just melt. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. I like the projectile speed on low buster so much more than the cake. Yeah, I'll really have to build around the low busters. I'm gonna correct my earlier statement about Black Powder Barrel. We'll change the word fact to all Black Powder ARs. Nothing should change except for the crossbow generator, as it was excluding the possible barrel accessories it could get because of its unique barrel. Apologies. Nothing to apologize about, CZ. I appreciate the correction. Thank you for all the work you do into translating some of these changes so we understand them. So yeah, that's cool. It's just a crossbow generator change. So Black Powder AR is working as intended. I also think the new armor from DLC is better if you feeling like using the rocket launcher, at least for your cleaning ads. Yeah, the crit chance drop from smart armor is a little inconvenient. At times, it hurts your consistency, and the crit damage provided by the armor is not unique, whereas the soak debuff is a unique formula thing. Like, nothing else does what it does, so it mats out very favorably. So having some method of applying soak, if it's relevant to your build, is going to do more than a smart armor. So yeah, generally I'd say you're correct there. Unless you're doing like a very fire heavy setup, then smart armor might still win out. I should probably look at my build, think of investing into fire damage more is perhaps sensible. It really depends on what you're fighting, insane thing. Like, certain bosses, you pretty much want to pump that fire damage to a very large extent. Like, Banshee, for example. You know, fire great against Banshee. But against other bosses, you might want to diversify a little more. Like, Dragon Lord is a combination of different health bars. Drill, you're going to want multi-elements because his resists change, and also he's got the ward in some phases. Why did that get launched? 2 spell charges. Nice. Hey, Wolpat, how you doing? Anyone else on Xbox yet to get the Hotfix update? It seems to be rolling out in, like, pieces. Like, I haven't gotten the featured run yet. Although I've not restarted my game in a bit. And I'm on PC. I did get the Chums update though. And that was fun. He looks cool in Phase 2. Still kind of a meme HP wise, but he looks cool. Stride didn't roll out yet? Okay. Future run appears to be called Cursed Run now. I still don't have that option in my list, but I'll look after this run. Oh, there's my ammo. Can I take another hit of that? Yeah, I can. I'm good. I'm good. Everything's fine. switch weapons. I was resisting that for so long. I don't think I have anywhere approaching max SDUs on this character. Especially not shotgun. I've not been investing in that much. I don't know where I can find the Ghostblade formula. Ghostblade gets just melee formula. Castrum. Just melee. It doesn't get things that are specific to melee attack, so your melee, like, swing. So, like, it won't get, a couple enchantments. But for the most part, just melee, element of your melee weapon as well. Global stuff, crit stuff. Your crossblade with cryo and shock could work pretty well with the new armor. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, Banshee. Ludite. She totally didn't know where I was. Do you get confused during this phase too? It'd be funny. You do. Kind of. Oh, we had a 6 mil hit on drill earlier from a sticky doing play the angles. It was great. 6 mil on this purples only setup. Oops, I was not paying attention. That is on me. What's your opinion on new DLC? Ultimately, I look at it as a Chaos Chamber expansion that has a tutorial area. Chaos Chamber expansion and a Gear expansion that has a tutorial area. And as a Chaos Chamber player, I'm fine with that. We've gotten less content in a DLC before. You know, people make the Headhunter comparison, but then conveniently leave out that Headhunters didn't add a single new piece of gear, nor did they add any longevity to other endgame activities. The most expansive Headhunter in terms of impact on the game was, what, the one with Son of Craw? That still didn't give gear. But, like, whatever. I just don't feel that strongly about it. I don't love it, but unlike a lot of other people, I'm not making it my entire content footprint on the internet to shit on it. I just don't care that much. Someone decided how to play my Stab Grave. I'm using Ghostblade and Dark Magic weapons. Stab Grave is not one I've thought too extensively about either. I did a Stab Grave Reaper of Bones setup for a bit, but I ended up preferring it with other multi-classes. It's double SMG crit. Maybe useful. What's the formula for Dark Magic? It's just an element, Pericles, so like, it's just an element, like how fire is just an element, etc. You mean for the healing? Here you go. Shows you right here what you got. You would have less content than normal campaign DLC, but darn, I don't know, not very good feelings on my side. I hope the next DLC do better. So something that helps me reconcile it in my mind is, it gets framed a lot as, hey, it's $10 for 10 minutes of content. Like, if you just play the tutorial part of it, sure. But keep in mind, you have to do it once per character on every character you plan on doing Chaos Chamber stuff with or farming for any of the new gear. So that's 10 minutes per character. You want to go through all the difficulties, so that's 40 minutes. And additionally, it adds the stuff to the Chaos Chamber indefinitely on that character. So if you play the Chaos Chamber for any amount of time, it is giving you more replay value down the road. Now, once again, I agree, it is content light, but people vastly downplay how much playtime you get out of it. I honestly think that most of the community reception to it could have been abated by marketing it differently. Same exact stuff provided, just labeled differently. Perception tends to matter more than content in the LANs games. This community doesn't actually know what they want.
Damn. Never say the corpse of your killing job.
I was a little slow there. That's on me. Can't decide what to pick, Clawbringer and Greyborn or Clawbringer and Berserker. Claw Berserker's a fun combo. Curse run now applied, sick. Save my Wonderlands files more than some of my important docs. I have issues. Relatable. Depends on who's playing the content. In my case, I only play one character, so it wasn't much for me. I also think cycling Chum's level each week was not needed. Boss fight does not change that much. Let's not talk about the rooms for the boss. Oh, yeah. In terms of the content design, in terms of enjoyability of that bit leading up to Chum's, I don't care for it either. And Chum's as a boss seems simple enough that, does he really need to be split over 4 developments like that? But I like the format there. I like the idea behind it. I don't want to write off an idea just because it didn't work the first time. It's like how the arena-based activities in Borderlands 1 kind of sucked and most people hated them. But they refined them down the line. And to the point where people really like the later arena-based activities. So I don't like writing off an idea, but I do agree with you on some of that. Crossbow generator go crazy now. It's a lot better, so I'm optimistic. It might work out well. So sad, I've restarted 3 times, still went full with water. I'm sorry, Hebrew Hammer. I do not know a workaround. Does anyone? Anyone in chat able to help with that one? It's a volatile rogue imp with the reload enchant. Holy. Yes. That's so good. Imagine if Chums was a raid boss in level 4, could be cool. I'm sure those scenarios are annoying. I have not played beyond level 2, so please do not spoil boss mechanics if you can avoid it. I've only seen 1 and 2 because those are the only ones we're supposed to be able to see by this point. But yeah, if Chums got up to raid level, that'd be pretty neat. Let me know if you come by Stab Spore, Corrupted Plate Mail, look for a better roll. We'll do, Mr. Adblock. Excuse me. Nah, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, so this is like 50% more damage than the volatile one that I have on one of my mules from before the update. ×4 crossbow generator at not even chaotic is getting pretty close to 1,000 card damage. That's pretty interesting. That sounds really good. And if the ricochets do, like, a respectable amount of damage now, that's very promising. I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on that. That sounds fun, especially for this kind of build. Like, if I make a version of this build that isn't just a flex with purples only, I'd probably use a crossbow generator. Build's just a Lego version of this. Banner's not purple? Shit. She noticed. Eventually got Anoints of the Lynx. There's a chance to get enchantments on those at some point. Yeah, Pop Rocks. I personally do not agree with the decision to arbitrarily make certain things non-enchantable. It's never made sense to me. But I am grateful that it's ultimately not super impactful. Like, enchants in this game, on a macro level of, you know, all enchants versus no enchants, yeah, that's impactful. But if you're talking just one gun, like one slot not having an enchant and it's your gun slot, ultimately that's, like, very minor. If the gun is good enough, it's still worth using. For example, I use the used Great Bow a lot on several of my setups, and it hits really hard. Can't be enchanted, but I don't mind, because the gun's just good. So if you like the gun enough, you'll still be fine. The head cannon is one that people use a lot like that. It's a quest reward, it's a purple, cannot be enchanted, still slaps. Spawn is Masher, the crossbow generator? Yeah. Let's see crossbow in action. Which part is Master? The trigger? Should be, yeah. In 3 it was the trigger, so. Yeah, should be. Hey, Captain Redbeard. What do you think is the best secondary class for a Graveborn? Depends on what you're trying to do. What's your chosen method of damage delivery? Like, are you a spell-focused build? Are you trying to maximize the Graveborn action skills? Are you doing gun stuff? Are you doing pet stuff? Like, it's gonna depend on you. You got a preference in that department? And there's Donkey, can't be enchanted, and it's doo-doo. They buffed the Donkey today. How are the buffs doing? Did that change it? Because the Donkey got a bunch of big buffs today. Let me restart my game and hope for all the hotfixes. Easy question, spell shot. If you're doing spell stuff, yeah. If you're doing gun stuff, probably spell shot as well. Airborne action skills seem kind of eh. They're actually really good, Captain Redbeard. Reaper of Bones in particular is probably my favorite action skill in the game. And if you're building around Reaper of Bones... Did some not apply? My featured run didn't, CC. So I'm just restarting. Reaper of Bones is one of my favorite action skills. And I like that with Berserker, because Berserker helps sustain it. And it's really impactful for gun setups, gunplay. It also makes you extremely tanky. Now, Dire Sacrifice is really fun in mobbing, kind of weak at bossing, but you can cover bossing with, say, your guns. I don't think it's hotfix related? Well, I guess I'm just restarting for no reason then. No offense, mate, but Reaper Bones is trash. It's not, though, McNuggets. Would you like me to prove you wrong? Like, it's not, though. I got a build to show you. Side note, what's your opinion on sniper rifles? Just as a question there. Like, me to prove you wrong. I don't see how you can do that considering you are in my Twitch chat. That will outsmoke any of your builds. Are you okay? Did you ignore the content warning saying this is an 18+ Twitch chat when you clicked on it? Are you off of school today? Don't tell anyone, okay? What's important to get on a kettle drum? Projectile count. Projectile count's the biggest bit. Scroll Wisdom. Times 25 is going to be the best variant. I'm 32. Certainly not acting like it. Quack's favorite type of thing to see in chat. X is trash. I love it. I love it so much. Let's play some Reaper of Bones sniper stuff. Loved how sniper similar to Wedding Invitation, extremely rewarding getting crits. There is one, Darius. The Envy. Very similar to Wedding Invitation. Honestly, like, they could have called it the Wedding Invitation. X performs better than Y, thus Y is trash. Yeah, right. You could just use double knot with ice spikes. Why would you use anything else? It's like, maybe I want to play a different setup. Cursed Run. Cool. There it goes. Let's grab the ×2. Where's that at? I tried it out. How is it? It's Envy's not like a top tier thing, but it's good. You can absolutely play around it if you want a traditional sniper playstyle. So, this is Reaper of Bones, keeping our selective amnesia constantly triggering, which is keeping our last gasp broken, and giving us a global dark magic bonus element. So we can run around with an infinite ammo sawmill. We're also unkillable, as long as its action skill is on. It's a very fun thing to apply to gunplay. It's a B rank build. Chat, how do you guys feel when someone shows up and embarrasses themselves like that? Like, is it as awkward for you guys as it is for me? Like, I just feel bad. Spam that fool? No, because then he can't see us roasting. It's not the same if they can't see. I should really turn the dialogue down again, though, if I'm gonna play this build. I almost forgot. We'll go... yeah, that's good. 4 out of 10 troll, not bad. About almost fell asleep. Okay, bye. Thank you for supporting the channel and giving me money from ad revenue. I appreciate you stopping here and giving me money. Thank you for your money. I really appreciate your money. Like, what am I supposed to be mad? Hey, gotta crash. Enjoyed stream. Hope you have a great day ahead. Thanks, Rohith. I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day. Everything you're using fucking sucks. Oh. Understandable. I wonder if that's a throwaway account of the guy who I banned, who did nothing but just type Buffmeister in the chat, who also started harassing me in other chats and started stalking me on Twitter. I wonder if it's that guy's alt account. Does this hold up in Elite Counters bossing? It does. 5-year-old account? Yeah, it's a 5-year-old on an account, Kettle Logic. You're absolutely correct. Oh, you meant... Oh. Okay. Gluttony. Good gun. Bro, why are you using pixies? Hey Vorky, what build you on today? We're taking a break from the purples only build we made to play this, because yet another weird individual saying Reaper of Bones is bad, and honestly, that's like the 5th person I've seen come in a Twitch chat and say that, and I'm like, question mark? It's literally immortality though. Like, it's, hey, do more damage and you can't die. And if you would have died, okay, well, you lose your damage, but guess what? You get 3 seconds of literal invincibility. Like, how is that not a good action skill? It's the damage increase. And God mode. I don't understand. Hey, Donkey. Easy. That damage is still kind of low, but 99 mag size? Sounds B tier to me. 99 mag size on a donkey, huh? Hang on. Cool. Cool. Keeping that. Infinity! Get splash, add fire rate and ammo regen? Yeah. Hear me out. Fire rate, mag regen, donkey build. I'm liking it. I'm liking where you're going with that. First you play flag, now you made a bottomless Moe's. Feeling nostalgic today? Maybe a little, Era. Just a tiny bit. You know me. I like the BL3 builds. Try to get them anywhere I can. Hey Stone Man, how you doing? Another great thing about the sawmill is these ricochets are just naturally part of the gun. So that's not forward and play the angles, it just, you know, it ricochets. It's crazy good for mobbing. Which is kind of nuts because sawmill is a bossing gun that just also kills everyone else. Like, if you want a couple targets very dead very quickly, sawmill. It's also really good at targeting raid boss weak spots because with Bunny and with Gloop, the weak spots receive extra damage from crossbolts and saw blades due to how the projectiles work. So sawmill is just double top tier there. Yeah, I was sold. How you doing? Don't do Gunamara. Never seen Donkey in my life. Watch Shrek. Watch Shrek is just good life advice. Hey Friolio, how you doing? Good to see you. One punch Bark. Yeah, I've seen him do that. Bark sigils work out that way. I've one-shot Bark as well. With a gun. Shrek is one of the greatest animated movies ever. I'll die on this hill. Yeah, be right there with you. Trying to stream Pump C in this build and trying to run the same combo stuck at Chaos 6. Oh, well, I'm happy to explain it. And thank you for the Prime and the 6 months with a 2 streak for Olio. I appreciate it. Goes a long way. Thank you. Looked up Shrek, but the first thing I found was Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life. I keep forgetting you're younger than Shrek.
You da best.
Thank you. Where's my ×2? Do I have a ×2 shock? Did I imagine that? Was that a fever dream? ×3. ×3 volatile. So it's 24 bank, want that. How old is Shrek? Shrek is 21 years old? Yep, 21. That's why I need a ×2 in this element. I need to be more sustainable. Shrek can legally drink now, so I'm just gonna get a lot more rowdy. Enjoy responsibly, ogres. So yeah, in conclusion, Reaper Bones, terrible action skill. Totally can't build around it and clear Chaos 35 comfortably. B tier. B tier. Hotfix live yet? It is. Reminder, Donkey fucked a dragon. Donkey's a bard. Why slay the dragon when you can lay the dragon? He just pumped his charisma stat. Don't hate. Know what they say about donkeys? I don't, though. Donkey versus Gloop? Does it roll with normal crossbolts? Because I got melee crossbolts. Also, I don't have, like, AR damage boosts. I'm kind of skeptical. But we could try. We could try. Gloop is so flimsy? True. But wait, no, Stone Swan. I saw on Twitter that Gloop is just an HP sponge. Which one is it? I'm so confused. Borderlands 2, please tell me what to think. Borderlands 2, why won't you text me back? Honestly, not bad. Better than I expected for that gun. Yeah, you can build around the donkey, have some success with it, I think. Donkey is probably hilarious against Vorkanar, now that I think about it. Now, poison on armor. Very open crit spots. Very good uptime. Thoughts on the hotfix? The imp change was kind of weird. But other than that, good stuff, good stuff. Good buffs. People want buffs, they got buffs. Gloop, your targeting's fucked. Melee crossbows last for 1 second. How do you ever take advantage of that? Stabbo Capstone. Era. Stabbo Capstone. While raid bosses, but they have to stand there, do absolutely nothing, and phase attack everything I shoot at them, and have 100% drop every item in the game at the same time. But also not too many items, because those items won't be rewarding. But also, they can't have much HP, because we don't want them to be spongy. But also, they can't have immune phases, because why not just give them more HP? But also, L plus Ratio plus Handsome Jack did it better. I origin M on the setup. 10% from my ward. Fuck, I love it here. I'm glad, Control. I appreciate you. Wait, this isn't part of the Handsome collection? Cash grab. Borderlands lifespan of 1 extended sentence. That sentence was some people's entire personality. Tried time. Have some respect. Volatile Encapsulator. Yes. What was the other thing I picked up? Did I pick up a great bow, or did I hallucinate that out of just lust for great bows? Yeah, I think I did. I don't need that. War enchantments do be wildin'. Yeah. It's not the enchantment though, it's just the ward. The last gasp gives you 10% ammo regen when it's broken. Biggest ammo regen in the game. Still call them shields? I do sometimes too. It's same shit. The game can't even make up its mind. Gotta go now, as always. Thanks for the quality entertainment and your help. Take care. Thanks, Fleece. I appreciate you. I'm gonna do one more run. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Explain the build when you got a chance. Yeah, let me run to the bathroom real quick for Julio. And then I'll explain the build, and then we'll go back to the other build. But yeah, give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. It's just me, or they focus too much on story in BL3, or given a bad story, one of those focus on gameplay, doing a great story. I don't think BL3's story was as bad as people like to paint it. But I do agree that Wonderlands just kind of, like, made story secondary, but still did it better. Yeah. Interesting how that worked out. But basically, the way this build works is we use the Reaper of Bones action skill to constantly trigger the Selective Amnesia armor effect, which keeps our ward from regenerating. We stack a bunch of healing to extend our effective uptime of Reaper of Bones, and we stack a bunch of mag size to go burr with a sawmill. We spam Arcane Bolt because very short cooldown, so it lets us get a lot of triggers of the Graveborn Capstone, which will give us Blood Frenzy, stack up Ascension, spawn Hydras, all kinds of good shit, but also gives us this heal from Sanguine Sacrament. Absolutely hated the antagonists in 3. I thought they were terrible. I thought they could have been worse, and I think that the writing around them was more the problem than the characters. I think they wasted Troy. Like, Troy had a good character arc that just kind of fizzled. And Tyreen started off strong, but then got very generic. But I thought the character designs and the voice acting work was great, and the premise of the characters themselves was fine. They just kind of fell flat. That's my opinion on that. Is Sawmill just personal preference? Is more gun versatile? You can use this with other guns. I like the Sawmill because the ammo regen offsets the only weakness of the gun, that being that it chugs ammo. The Sawmill is not only an excellent single-target gun, but an excellent multi-target gun because it ricochets. Now, other weapons you could do in this kind of setup, you could use an auto magic, because the main downside of that gun is that you have to reload, but if you get enough ammo regen, you're good. Just any guns that you like that ammo regen would assist you with. So I wouldn't recommend any Skullduggers, except for liquid cooling. because Skullduggers ammo regen doesn't stop you from reloading. But yeah, you can experiment to taste. Troy had a better fight 2 IMO than Tyrene. I agree, Borky, yeah. Great explanation. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just a lot of healing. Graveborn Berserker is the tankiest multi-class combo in the game, just off of healing alone. Because every kill or every spell cast with this combo, with this armor on, we get 18% of our health. Also, we're passively getting this 3% missing health, which is almost nothing, but it's an amount. We get a lot of buffer from unarmored defense. We get a lot of buffer from Ascension and Mortal Vessel, and we get a lot of healing from Sanguine Sacrament as well. And just, we're doing dark magic to everything, so just fun stuff. Let's go back to the purple setup. So tanky, yeah. B tier, to be honest. Expected Troy to betray his sister, not just replace the main antagonist while she became secondary. And like, yeah, the Troy betrayal, I don't know. It could have been cool. Ooh. Yes, give me that. Could have been cool, ended up not being cool. Sad about it. It's just called Featured Run now, instead of Cursed Run. I guess that evaporates on Hotfix. Not Hotfix, on Save Quit. But sure. Very B tier. B minus. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. You know, that was my life's work. My entire value as a human being has diminished because of that feedback. I will never be the same again. You know, just because of that, Black Panther, just because of that comment, just because you gave me sass, I'm swearing off legendaries. Not using legendaries in this build at all. It's because of you. Definitely not already what I was doing. It's got a Primordial Crossbow, no masher though. Anyway, I think that's pretty good already. What's the base damage on that, Darius? On the ×1 at Primordial? I mean, there's gonna be part variance, but it'll help me get a ballpark. Gotta be like 1300, something like that. $12.33, beautiful. Like the Dragonlord, he actually made some good points about how DMs are evil gods. Yeah, Dragonlord was great. I really enjoyed the Dragonlord. I'm not sure what was damaging me. Yeah, I'll be honest, chat. I don't even know what got me there. It's awkward. C+. Wait, what? I don't even know a Bernadette. Oh, hi. Respawns are a little interesting sometimes. With my action skill up, damage is, it's okay. just a fan of Bojack trying to kill me. Bojack? The Dragon Ball movie character? You wanted to meet Bernadette. Someone trying to kill you because he was written to be the villain. He doesn't actually want to. Well, he kind of wants to. But, like, he doesn't want you to feel bad about it. That's why he explains it to you. Finally got through the water in the weekly. Ooh, let's go. I'm glad it resolved for you. Sorry, Fate Maker, it's just business. Right. Like, you're in the way of his plans to restore free will, or I suppose create free will for the Wonderlands. It's never had free will. Like, ends justify the means type shit, you know? Or Paradigm. Ability spell increased by melee. 2 in awe. Area damage, all damage. Yeah, that's not bad. Do we stop free will? It's so fucked. Yep. We prevented the implementation of free will. Although, who's to say it would even work? Because this is all in Tina's mind, right? Hey, Sen. Thoughts on the hotfix? I don't think the imp change was necessary, but the other stuff's cool. I have plans for Donkey memes. Donkey is a fucking 99 card mag with the parts I got. Oh, it's the on the other save. We had a 99 card mag Donkey. With my mag size boost, I got it to 181, and it was infinite because that's more than enough ammo regen to sustain it. So, infinite ammo Donkey. Donkey's the infinity of this game. So wait, is the Donkey splash damage? Stone Swan, you said it's splash, right? So if the Donkey is splash, and it's poison, and you can spore fuse it, it'll double dip splash and poison bonuses. It'll likely play the angles. So you just hold down trigger on a Donkey. That's the game. Not bad, leaves it on the ground. I picked it up though. That armor, I picked it up. Class ring. Spell radius. That's nice. Hey, another volatile donkey. This one's a little lower mag size, but we got the damage crossblade. Or, saw blades. This time. We had the melee ones on the other one. And it's a ×2. That might work out better. Take it. Spell damage, spell radius on a mood ring. With shotgun mag size pistol crit damage, that's a hell of a roll. Getting good drops today. I was going to say Thunder Animate damage was buffed, but mine went down in damage. It was not counting as an assault rifle, as per their notes schematic, so you can now apply assault rifle bonuses to it. So stuff like AR crit on your rings, it wasn't getting that. It should now, which should mean more total damage. Personally enjoy Izzy's little speech after he beat the game. Yeah, that shit had me shook it. Like, I kind of had this shocked, half-open mouth expression, when I first saw Izzy. It was a thing. I was like, when I first heard Izzy make that speech, rather. I was concerned. I was like, Is he the real villain all along? Because it kind of fits with the evils of free will, or the evils of, lack of free will, rather. Evils of free will is a different kind of storytelling. Thanks, pet. Getting out of baller. Also keep everything I think might be good for a random build idea later. Yo, same. I have too many mules. So I talked to those terrifying sky giants. Yeah. This anime getting spell buffs. Meh. You could pretend it was a dream. So you get a damage buff of 25% as a result. Ooh. I don't know what the value was before buff, so I would not be a reliable source on that one. Godly rolled Amnesia for Spore Warden. I have no idea how to get mileage out of it. You could do Spore with Graveborn and do the Reaper Bones tech that I do on my Sawmill setup swag. That's an option. You could go Clawbringer and use Storm Smite to spawn puddles that do self-damage. And you could step into a Storm Smite puddle to trigger your Amnesia. You could use a Dynamo spell. It's the new one that makes a Dynamite bundle. It does self-damage. It is the only spell I know of that does self-damage. And it's not a large amount, so you could use that to trigger it. Those are just off the top of my head. Thank you, boy. Oh, let's try to avoid that. Oops. Chinese food on an app has me feeling brand new. Did the murder moss survive hotfix? They did, Jeff. They did. The only thing toned down in the hotfix was the rogue imp. Otherwise, it was just a few assault rifle buffs to other assault rifles. And bug fixes. Yeah. Thunder Anime get any love? It did. It did. It apparently was not counting as an AR, so it wasn't getting assault rifle specific bonuses like AR crit, and now it should. So that should help it out a fair bit. And they also increase the damage, I believe. Like, if a skill I want isn't seen on the spreadsheet, does that mean it can spawn in all combinations? It means it can't spawn on armor. Scroll. If a skill is not listed in a multi-class combination, that means no armor combinations boost it. So there are some skills that are unaccounted for. Some high-profile ones, like there's no Quiver of Holding Armor. Now, we are getting a 7th class, you know, whenever that happens, as part of the Season Pass content. So maybe the multi-class combinations with that class include some of the skills that haven't been accounted for. You could see things like Quiver of Holding, like Unarmored Defense, like Headhunter, Alchemical Agent. Although I hope they don't do that one, because that'd be terrifying for balance. It would let you take Stabo and then not have to put your points in a shit skill tree to get down to Alchemical. That sounds scary. Wow, you hit that far? Fuck off. I need to kill the fucking bird, don't I? I was trying to avoid killing the bird because I didn't feel like it. But I need to. Get back here. You could hit through there. That's bullshit. I need a shock Ludite. Let's try this. Yeah. Body Rocker's the play. These guys get the fuck out of my face. No, I'm losing progress. No. Yeah, alright, this is the kind of build I do need to be more on top of the Spectral Aegis. The awkward thing is, with this many things saying crit, I can't fucking see it. Thanks for soaking those hits, Mushroom. You're a real one. Ah, awkward. This is very doable. Medium doable. Okay, thanks, Play the Ankles. Don't only one source? Correct. How's it featured this week? It's good. Son of Witch is the boss. It only looks this difficult right now because I'm on a purples only setup that I've not tried this boss with, and I don't have any shock weapons. Using Mushroom as a shield, of course. Try the Rumpy Pumpy versus Body Rocker, less pellets, way tighter spread. Ooh, does it have tighter spread, Jeff? That might be more desirable for longer range stuff. Although Body Rocker is kind of tight already. But I'll have to look into it. I haven't used the Rumpy Pumpy for more than just like a discount Body Rocker, but I suppose perspective would give that some more value. Yeah, my biggest complaint with this is not the amount of health he has, the amount of health the bird has, or even his attacks. It's that I can't see. That is what is annoying me. It is very difficult for me to get eyes on the boss. No, leave me alone. Okay, there we go. Purples in this game really good though? Yeah, it's true. But I'm only using purples into my other item slots as well. Not hugely difficult, but it is still interesting to think about. And this is by no means optimal gear. It's just what I have. Some of it's pretty good. Or if you hit fewer crits. That would help. Thanks, play the angles. Very cool. Wait, that was totally a... So yeah, the sticky detonations also do play the angles. Yeah, that's hilarious. So you can turn an enemy into a mobile turret if you just apply enough stickies and use from the shadows. That's hilarious. Featured run only called Curse Run on the first time playing it? Yeah, Scroll. It was only cursed for the first one I did as well. Sword explosion. You exist. That sure is a gun that exists. 4 days of gameplay time. Finally, 100% of the game. Use the spell shot class only. Nice. Well, Pat. Let's see. What's my playtime? Currently 19 days and 19 hours, as per the launcher. Dynamo. This is what I was talking about. Swag for self-damage option. You can just pop this on and do that. Self-damage. It's just on the initial impact. But yeah, it's an option for doing amnesia stuff. It also naturally has 2 charges. And it can roll with more. How many hours? 19 days and 19 hours tried time. Donkey better be great after farming 30 times. It's got a huge mag. It might be pretty good now. Maybe a bit parts specific on it being good, but I'm optimistic. Sword Explosion is the gun ever. True. It's definitely a gun. It'll go down in history as one of the guns in this game. What do I roll here? I guess more ARs. This is boss last night. He had dark magic immunity against my Bereaver. Ooh, yeah. I do not take that modifier for that reason. on that build. I think bosses always get dark magic immunity for Holio if you have elemental overflow. So it's just like a hard pass on any Reaper build, or Dire Sacrifice build, or Gluttony build. Primordial Sapsucker at blue is still over 1k base. That's promising. Okay, Volatile Thunder Anima, 286 damage. I don't know what the damage was before, but there you go. And this one is 365. Much better parts on that one. I'll pick that up. Gotta do some of the loot piles in the bunny room. Yeah, like, if we could just have a vending machine or something. Put a vendor, like, right here. Let us at least sell them. That's not gonna help people like me who constantly have a full inventory. The only reason this save isn't full is because I only use purples. So anything here is just storage rather than for usage. But, like, something. Something. Eternus of Rattling Chains. That's just a cool name. It's a chain gun barrel. This looks fun. This looks fun. Now that base damage is not good. But it has a 14 fire rate. Thought it was manual transmission? No. Manual transmission is like a unique version of these. How do we build around this? I mean, we've got the Spore ammo regen. You probably want to go from the shadows. Play the angles, yeah. I mean, maybe Executioner's Blade? Because that's a lot of Executioner's Blades. Which do you guys think is more value here? Because this will help the mobbing. This will be funny single target. Purple Skulldaggers with magic missiles and overheated. Is that just elemental projectile or debuff magic? Yeah, it's just projectile. My lamp just died. Oh, there it goes. That scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I'm gonna mess around with this. Let me favorite this gun so I don't accidentally get rid of it. Unless you have melee damage, then Executioner's Blade may not be useful. It does a couple things. Nimble Fingers triggers for even more fire rate. Alchemical Agent. If they crit, it's a status effect. And those status effects hit hard. Even without much melee investment, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be something I'd use on the purple-only version, but I could make a build with this that could be fun. I'm going to experiment with that, I think. I think we're going to try to make this a build centerpiece, if we can. Although, maybe, if manual transmission kind of fits this vibe, maybe we do that instead. I don't know. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I believe in you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Spell damage increase plus projectiles, I'd assume so. I don't actually know, Jeff. I would assume not. I'd assume they're just gun. But I can try to find out for you. Primordial Encapsulator, yes. It's a white rarity. Yes, that's too good of a meme. Is this the kind of Arctorn I think it is? Okay, I want to use one of these in another build concept as well. Yes, you are zooming. So, spell weaving. You get a stack. Hey, homie data, how you doing? You get a stack of a spell weaving each time you cast a spell, but an overlooked bit of it is when you use a repeating spell, you have a chance for an additional stack. So what if you did a build with mage armor and you hold one of these to constantly give you spell weaving stacks? Like, you get as many charges on that as you possibly can. You maybe run Sever the Thread to refresh the cooldown, and you just hold that at all times to keep restoring your ward, to keep doing amp stuff with your gun while you're doing it. Like, that is another build concept I've been thinking of. Which projectiles? The Skulldugger reload ones, then. Okay, yeah. I got lots of concepts and stuff I want to mess around with, but I am overtime right now, so I'm gonna call it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday, right? Or is it Friday? No, tomorrow's Friday. Time is weird. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. More build experimentation and whatnot. I want the band kid meme build. It's gonna happen, Dex. It's gonna. But we'll find somewhere for you guys to go. But I appreciate all of the support and all the chatting. And the company whilst we roasted some spectacularly bad takes. Spread the word about build diversity. Tell everyone all about your favorite builds. If you're doing something wacky and it's working for you, spread the love. Let's get more people experimenting in this game, because it's sorely lacking. There's not enough doing that. In terms of who's live right now, we raided Stacy recently. Dame's doing Elden Ring. Vander's on. We haven't raided Vander in a minute. How long has he been going, though? Let's check. He's on a BRB right now, anyway. He's also been live for 8 hours. So let's maybe not extend his stream any longer than we have to. I hate keeping people longer than they intend to stream. Let's go to lazy. Yeah. Quag's B rank. Yeah, that's the raid message. Love it, Kyler. You know me. Alright, copy this. We're gonna raid lazy. Remember, Quag is B rank. I'm mid. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the love. It really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate it. I know I say that all the time, but I want you guys to know. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can put together a couple of those build concepts that we just thought of in the last 10 or so minutes. The burr double chain gun, and maybe the repeating spell amp thing. Anyway, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.